Test 1, 2.
Okay, folks, let's come on in and grab our seats, and we'll get the afternoon program going. Couple things real quick before we introduce our first speaker this afternoon. First of all, if anybody is interested in more shirts, I guess we've had quite a few folks come back and ask if there's any shirts available, and they can put an order in on Monday. So if you would come back and see Karen back at our booth, and he said he would get them printed out next week, and we could get them mailed. Another topic that we're going to talk about today. We're not going to do it right at the moment, but later on this afternoon. So I just want you to think about this for a little bit, and that is the future of Chasercon. Okay, so just keep that in your mind, because we're going to talk heart to heart here, probably in a couple hours after we get our first couple of speakers going. All right, without further ado, I'd like to introduce our first speaker this afternoon, and we are always excited and glad to have Dr. Greg Forbes from the Weather Channel with us. And Greg, welcome back again.
Okay. Always glad to be here.
Do you have a lavalier or this one?
Test 1, 2.
This one is working. Although I'm not used to holding a mic, so I'll probably be wobbling around up and down here. I thought I would talk a little bit today about some things pertaining, or some thoughts that come to mind pertaining to severe weather forecasting and nowcasting. And I am going to come back and talk a little bit more about this particular case. Are you going to advance, or how do I? Thank you. Before I get into that particular topic, though, I did want to pay my personal, regrets having lost a couple of friends. The last time I saw them in person, actually, was here last year at the Chasercon, and I didn't know Corbin, certainly Kelly and Randy were certainly friends of the Weather Channel, and I was, talked with them many times on air during chases, as I've done some with others of you. So it just a reminder. Let's be careful out there, please. The 70 tornado deaths per year, but traffic deaths in the United States. Of course, it's not chasers, thank goodness, but 35,000. I think last year was 40,000. So it is dangerous out there, not from the tornadoes. Before I get into the forecasting, though, how many of you are subscribers to WeatherWise magazine? Some of you. I thought probably you might want to subscribe to that. There's lots of interesting weather information, and I think Tim actually has a weather map analysis map presentation article every month. So I thought some of you may not be subscribers to that, so I thought it might be fun to show you that there's an international cloud atlas, and the names like cumulonimbus and things like that, the official cloud names are in those. Well, for the first time in a long time, I think 40, 50 years, 60 years maybe, there's some new cloud names have been added, and a lot of those are names that we use for severe weather-related cloud features. So I thought it might be fun to just go through and show that. A relatively new name you've probably heard, we've been using Undulatus asperatus. It has gotten a official name now. It's officially recognized as a cloud formation close to that, Asperitas. I may not pronounce all of these official names right, and I'm not going to remember them all, but I thought it would be fun to just show what the Latin names are for things that we have adopted formally. Roll clouds, you've all seen those in the outflows. That now has the official name Volutus, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. And I just found, thanks to anybody, I just found some examples online and so on that I'm trying to give credit for some of these. Brad Small here, wall cloud we've all seen, now has an official name, Murus. A little easy to remember wall cloud, I think. Tail clouds, the inflow going into the updraft of the wall cloud, Coda, I guess. Where they get these names from, I don't know. What we tend to call beaver's tail, Flumen. Sounds a little Norwegian, doesn't it? The instability rolls, the horizontal rolls that we sometimes call billows or Kelvin Helmholtz waves, now have a name, Fluctus. And the hole punch cloud that you've seen with some ice crystals falling into a cloud layer that's been supercooled liquid drops and causing the sudden condensation out or the sublimation out into ice crystals that you could see falling there. Hole punch clouds, Cavum. That's a good name. And then we heard a little bit about fire clouds, pyrocumulus clouds, as we've called them in the past. Flammagenitus. That's probably a good name for this. And other kind of anthropogenic clouds coming off of power plants or whatever. Homogenitus, or when it becomes flattened out into a layer, Homomutatus. So some wild names, a couple more names I didn't have pictures for. Clouds coming off a waterfall spray, Cataractogenitus. I think I got that one right, maybe. And clouds coming off of evaporation from a forest, Silvagenitus. So a dozen or so new cloud names in the official cloud atlas. So now sort of back to more the original intended topic for my presentation. Sort of looking at clues visually as well as on satellite and radar, and a few thoughts maybe about a couple of those. If you're storm chasing, you're probably well familiar that it's often interactions and storm scale details that enable or in some cases prevent tornado formation. Things like boundaries that you can see in satellite imagery or on radar, or how the rear flank downdraft evolves and outflow boundaries coming off of that. So it's more than just numerical model forecasts that are important, although we'll talk a little bit about some thoughts on those as well. Here's a good picture of outflow, or not so much an outflow, but feeder bands. And many of these I've taken weather and forecasting. Some of the references are here for those of you that subscribe to some of these American Meteorological Society journals. The overshooting top, where the updraft is coming to the cloud top, the inflow coming in, and some of these little bands that are feeder bands, as they're sometimes called. The combination of seeing those and seeing then on radar a mesocyclone, sort of pretty high confidence that that's going to be a severe thunderstorm producer. I think you probably all have seen little waves on the dry line, and the dry line not uniform. There's often forward protrusions, sometimes related to some of these cloud rolls, like Karen was talking about in the boundary layer, where those intersect perpendicularly to the dry line. Sometimes will give little forward-backward circulations, and sometimes that's where the clouds will form from some of the enhanced convergence there. And that may be a place for, even in some cases, for either winds or tornadoes to occur. So little small-scale details are important on satellite and conceptually. And when you're out chasing and you've seen a tornado, how many of you go back after the fact and sort of try to, especially if it's been kind of a confusing case, look back and see what actually happened from the combination of visually and radar to try to understand? Well, this was one of those cases. Mike Bettis and I were out chasing. You heard of the Vortex 2 project. This was the second year of Vortex 2. And the Vortex 2 team had been out farther to the east, trying to wait for the dry line to develop and things to go and march east to us later in the afternoon. But the cap broke and all hell broke loose very, very quickly to the west. So everybody was caught scurrying westward. Before anybody really got there, there had been one supercell. You could see the body and then the hook, debris ball. Whoops. I'll probably do that quite a few times. And a second supercell that produced the Norman EF4 tornado. So there were already 2 EF4 tornadoes in progress. We didn't know they were EF4, but we knew they were destructive. So we're going westbound to try to intercept the northern one, although it is occluding and making a left turn. So we got there trying to visually see what was going on, and pretty soon found an open spot, and whoa, there's a big tornado there that you saw in that opening slide. We figured it was probably the Moore tornado, but no, it turns out it was not. It was a new one. There's the Norman, there's the Moore. That's just a few minutes. This is 2246 UTC. This is going to be our tornado. A new circulation is formed in between. Looking back at it, probably the north-going outflow boundary rain-cooled air off the southern supercell, hitting the eastern outflow boundary from the Moore supercell, and generating a new rotation that, let's see, how much time is in between those? 46 to 54. So the next 8 minutes later, we've got a debris ball. This is us. There's what's left of Moore. It's made a left turn and dissipated. Norman is weakened, but we've stumbled across a pretty strong storm. There is the tornado vortex signature. It's got a debris ball on the reflectivities, and there, zooming in, is the what will be an EF3 tornado fairly briefly. With all that rain surrounding it, it doesn't last long. It's not visible for very long, but kind of an interesting case. But for the few minutes that we saw it and actually got it on air, it was a pretty well-defined wedge-type tornado. So a case where looking back after the fact really showed some things that we caught something that we didn't think we were catching. And then a few minutes after that, our mesoscale is gone. The Norman is recycling and is going to become the Tecumseh Seminole tornado that then goes on its merry way out to the east. So a complicated day, and after the fact, look at some of the data. Really reveals some interesting things that we caught something that we didn't really envision conceptually as we were heading toward it. May 16th, I just wanted to point this one out. Pretty well-defined supercell, some big hail signatures in that, in the plan view as well as the cross-section. But one feature that I'm sure you're all have become familiar with if you're using Doppler carefully in your chasing is that this little boundary, this little fine line that's come out, there's been some rain-cooled air. There might even be another boundary here that's come off of this area. So the most interesting area of this one that is probably where a tornado might have formed is probably in the rain and in the cool air, and this one, while it produced a softball-sized hail, did not produce a tornado. So you can use these kind of boundaries when they're pretty far detached from the little weak echo notch in your forecasting. Just sort of a schematic view. from some of the things related to some of the Fujita work a long time ago, revisited. Sometimes these straight line echoes with sort of little embedded intense circulations will put out a forward surge, and sometimes you get mesovortices or even tornadoes, gustnadoes, and land spots on the usually a little bit to the north side of those surges. I won't get into the details of this today, but I will go and talk a little bit here about some perspectives on how we maybe make severe weather forecasts today versus how they were done in the days when severe weather first began to be forecasted, and maybe how we can use both of those still in today's world. These days, of course, we have a lot of and several types of high-resolution computer cloud resolving numerical models that will predict the areas and even the individual cellular structure of what's to come in the next few hours or the next 12 hours or so, and are while they're not perfect, they certainly are useful in severe weather forecasting. But they certainly are not the whole story. At the other end of the extreme, if you go back to the beginnings of severe weather forecasting, you have to go back all the way to 1948, when just a few days after Tinker Air Force Base had been hit, the commanding officer determined or ordered that the meteorologists at the base, Colonel Major Fawbush and Captain Miller, that they come up with some way to predict this in the future. Well, as you may have heard the story, they recognized these same kind of weather patterns a few days later and did put the base on alert, and they were able to clear the aircraft out and avoided a tragedy of the previous day. So back in this early days, they were using a couple of things: the pattern recognition, and still useful today, the surface maps, 500 millibar, the jet stream maps, etc., dry lines, and some very simple indices. They didn't have computers, of course, at this time, but still, these kind of things still have some use today. If you haven't seen this, you can find this online if you look hard enough. For this Technical Report 200, some of that earlier work was rewritten then and summarized by Colonel Miller. I think by that time he was Colonel Miller, I think, in 1972. So these overall, and this will come as no surprise to you if you're doing any of your own forecasting, the kind of things we need for getting tornadoes are basically threefold as I look at them. You need some kind of instability, warm, moist air, low levels, colder air aloft, so that you get thunderstorms that are intense enough that they can convert wind energy into developing rotation. So that's the other second factor is favorable winds and wind shear, how the winds change with height, in particular for tornadoes, how they turn in direction, clockwise turning, and increase in speed as you go upward in the lowest 3,000 feet, so that the low levels of the thunderstorm will start to rotate, and some of that can be converted into tornado rotation. And a third, and this is back to sort of the Miller days, is that there are very favorable circumstances, these upper air triggers, upper air troughs, jet streaks, wind maximum in the jet stream, approaching a convergence on fronts, etc., that are also needed, because a lot of the time you aren't able to really use that instability because there's some narrow layer of warm air, especially out in this kind of Chaser Alley region that we call a cap, that is inhibiting thunderstorms on a lot of days. So with a little bit of visualization, and if you've seen me talk here in past, you've seen me show this kind of a what we now call fluctus clouds, the billows clouds, sort of rolling over like this in the vertical wind shear between, say, which way? This way. Between winds that are at the top of the layer going, say, from left to right, at the bottom of the layer going from right to left, so that if the layer is just the right close to saturation, you can get these almost sea serpent-like rolls that form. Now, on most days when it's not proper humidity, you don't see this rolling motion, but that is there, and that can get used then in terms of the inflow. When you get a rolling layer like that and goes into the updraft of a storm, beginning to come in this tail cloud view here and turn upward, what had been, if you use your thumb of your right hand, what had been rolling with the thumb pointing like that, suddenly your thumb, the one end of the roll, starts getting tilted upward, and now you've got tornado-like rotation, tilting as we call it. And so in a schematic diagram of that, there's the rolling going northbound, being picked up by the updraft, and suddenly it's giving, by the time it really gets stretched and his thumb pointing vertical, it's up in the mid-levels of the storm. So this, most of the time, is the way that the mesocyclone, the supercell, gets its rotation. And it usually takes a little bit more to get that rotation all the way down then below cloud base. It's usually not fully a direct tornado genesis kind of mechanism. But back to sort of that original things that Miller and collaborators knew back even in the late 40s, was that you had favorable areas where you would get this kind of winds, the low-level jet and the surface winds coming in from the southeast, and the upper-level jet coming in from the southwest, and a dry line and a surface low ahead of that upper trough, and the warm front, so that places that had the favorable instability in the warm sector and the moisture and the favorable wind shear would be this red area that would be the prime area. So that we still use, that pattern recognition, has been known for more than a half of a century, basically, at this point, and still just as valid today as it was back when Miller was discovering it. And of course, Tim Marshall will, I'm sure, show many a surface map in his talks, if it's like he typically does, showing very careful analyses of surface maps to find the places where just the convergence are most favorable. And in this case, I showed the map to show the dry line separating out that 25-degree dew point air from the west from the 71-degree dew point air coming in from the southeast. In this case, the dry line's over there in eastern New Mexico, but as you're probably aware, on some occasions when those winds aloft are from the southwest, and some of that in the heating of the afternoon, some of those west winds start to get mixed down, the dry line starts to surge eastward, and along that you can get severe thunderstorms then popping up in western Oklahoma and the Texas Panhandle. And this kind of a diagram, sort of we call it research, because sometimes it's rediscovery of things that Miller had to kind of known in the 40s. In this case, though, with some numbers added to it. There's your dry line. There's an upper-level jet splitting. There's the warm front. The long-lived supercells tend to be not too far ahead of the dry line there, and near and in this split area of the upper level jet. 51% of the long-lived supercells, 18%. You go farther north and farther east, and fewer of them last quite as long. So there is this favorable area for long-lived supercell thunderstorms. So again, this pattern recognition is something we use all the time. And in terms of if you combine that upper trough and that splitting of the jet stream with a wind maximum that we call a jet streak, that's even better. In the left exit out ahead of and to the left of the core of the jet, right exit ahead of and slightly to the right or south of the jet. Both of those tend to be pretty favorable. The right exit tends to be a little warmer at low levels, not quite as cold aloft. The left exit tends to be colder aloft, not as warm at low levels. But if the instability turns out right, and especially if the left exit gets some sun in the afternoon, either of these can be pretty favorable for severe weather. Like this case in October of 2010, big strong jet stream, big max, pretty far back, but quickly decelerating speeds, but a very sharp trough there coming in generates a very intense surface low, and out in that exit region over the Midwest, basically the largest number of tornadoes on a October day, but both parts of the exit region, all the way from the Great Lakes down to the Gulf states on this particular occasion. And recognizing those upper air features is an important thing. If you have the upper trough go past and you get into subsidence aloft, that's probably going to put an end to your day. If it's hasn't tornadoed or severe stormed yet, and you get into the wrong side of that upper trough, it's probably going to only get to be a severe clear kind of day. So recognizing where those upper disturbances are, the trough axis, in this case, here's one example. Water vapor imagery, you see the gray shades and the clouds, the sinking. Well, the axis is here. That upper trough axis is a representation of where ascent goes over into descent, and once that axis travels by, it's not going to tornado in this kind of an area. Similar kind of thing, you can see the upward motion. There's the trough axis, the sinking. Once that goes by, your day is done. A little bit of another feature here for good measure, the subtropical jet. Rarely is there a tornado on the south side of the subtropical jet. That's usually, you don't want to go south of that. And another more complicated kind of upper air pattern with several upper air features coming in to sort of track and try to anticipate where their axes are. Now, sometimes, depending on the upper air situation, these upper air features, especially as they get kind of old or occluded, like this one that is out over the Appalachians, it's pretty old and sort of oriented northwest-southeast, negatively tilted as we sometimes call it. So in that favored area out ahead, the mid-level and upper-level flow is going to be from the southeast, which means that that's the direction the storms are going to move. And so the supercells in that case are not probably like the ones that you most of the time experience that would be moving northeastward. And so in this case, the whole supercell is oriented about 90 degrees up, rotated from what you're typically seeing. The supercell is going to be going toward the northwest. The inflow, or at least in a storm relative sense, is coming in from the northeast. There's the notch. The rear flank downdraft is coming around from south to north, and the tornado would be sitting in there going that way. The body of the storm, the hail will be on the south side relative to where the tornado is. And in this case, the cold front or the occluded front is heading northeast. And Arizona, the record Arizona tornado outbreak, October 2010 was one of these big upper lows, the steering flow coming pretty much from the south. So in this case, kind of a supercell. The little notch is over on the southeast side, and the tornado is going northbound. There's the TVS. So depending on the orientation of that upper flow, the supercell orientation and the location of the tornado relative to the body of the supercell can vary. These supercells, sort of doing a little bit of severe weather forecasting review, if you're inclined to be making your own forecasts, usually need about 40 knots of wind shear between the surface and about 20,000 feet. Marginally would be about 30 knots. And then you add to that the low-level winds, the lowest kilometer, the lowest 3,000 feet, if you've got 20 knots or so there. So that low-level shear is strong. And a cloud base, basically the below 3,000 feet, a lifting condensation level, if you know what that means, and enough, darn, I'm hitting wrong buttons. Enough instability, we sometimes refer to that these days as convective available potential energy to convert those wind shears into strong storm rotation. But I'm going to come back. I want to talk a little bit more about that, and I sort of chastise my Weather Channel colleagues sometimes about being too enthralled with CAPE because it's not necessarily the best indicator for tornadoes. Some combination of that CAPE and the shear, that's sometimes called an energy helicity index, works out better. So let's see, what is CAPE? For those of you that don't know that, here's the sounding, and upward is height, and we're going to lift a parcel of air from near the surface, and it will rise according to the way thermodynamics behave. Might be some inhibiting layer that we call a cap that is warm, that you would have to push it upward through. But if it can get through that, then by virtue of releasing latent heat from the cloud droplets that it's condensing out, you can get that parcel of air a lot warmer than the environment through a deep layer, and the accumulative amount of energy gained from that being warmer than the environment, being buoyant, relates to the maximum vertical velocity that can be attained, and you keep adding to that, so it starts out going upwards kind of slowly here and goes faster and faster and faster as it takes advantage of all that buoyancy. Now, all of this CAPE, first of all, is in theory, because it's sort of assuming that there's not going to be anything that gets away from the theoretical aspects. And one of those things could be if there's any kind of dry air that's pulled in through the edges of the thunderstorm updraft, then you won't really achieve as much of this CAPE in reality as you are getting theoretically. And another is that as you have these clouds growing upward, you can suddenly have hailstones and rain and so on that are in the updraft that can be weighting down the updraft. And that too may mean that you may not realize as much as theoretically you should get from the theory. But in theory, the vertical velocity that you get would be the square root of twice this CAPE value. And that would vary depending on how far up you get. So you get up into the mid-upper level portions of the storm, and you can have some pretty strong vertical velocities and support some pretty big hail. But down at low levels, where your updraft hasn't yet had a whole lot of buoyancy, the updraft may not be all that strong. So what I'm kind of getting at is that you can have a lot of CAPE, but there's a lot of these mid and upper levels that are so far away from the ground that they don't hold a lot of impact in terms of generating that low-level rotation that you need to get tornadoes. So CAPE is not the most important factor. It is the most important factor in general for generating big hail. And so you get these thunderstorms, the inflow comes in, and the south side, especially of the thunderstorm updraft in these leaning environments, sort of generates a curtain that generates initially the small hail, and it tries to rise, or maybe it tries to fall, gets into the axis of the core of the updraft and can't fall. So it just sort of suspends there in what's called an embryo curtain until it finally gets big enough, sort of a trajectory of one of the growing hailstones of these little tiny black arrows that finally starts out, grows here, gets lifted slowly, keeps growing, hits the core of the center of the updraft in this weak echo vault area, and then finally gets to the other side and begins to fall out through the edge of this tilted updraft. And that's why the big hail is in a wall there just to the north of where you typically have almost no echo. It's this sort of asymmetric aspect to the storm. So all of this CAPE, this updraft intensity that's being generated is generating and allowing you to generate those big hailstones aloft, but it's not necessarily giving you the strongest updrafts down at low levels. Thompson and all have done some studies showing in these bar and whisker diagrams, CAPE, the bigger it is, the farther up you go. And there's an awful lot of overlap between significant tornadic storms and even just marginal supercells that CAPE doesn't give you a whole lot of forecast skill there. Again, I'll go back to an old parameter, one of those that were developed in the 40s, a lifted index that just looks at the difference in that sounding between the parcel temperature at 500 millibars and, about halfway up. So it's used that lower half of the thunderstorm's cape, and values there in the -3, -4 range are usually, in the old school ways, were thought to be the severe weather type values. And so I still like to use these because I'm not concerned unless I'm wanting to forecast big hail, in which I want to use all of that cape. I'm more interested in what's happening in that lowest half of the storm. So some of these old forecast parameters still have use in my way of thinking. And John Davies, I know he's at the conference here somewhere. He wrote a paper in 2002 showing that, well, it's not even 500 millibars. It's getting down to 3 kilometers, 10,000 feet. That's important. Non-tornadic storms, weak tornadic storms, didn't make a whole lot of difference in terms of what the intensity of the tornado, but there was a big difference in that low-level cape. So it's looking at the sounding, seeing where you start to get some of that buoyancy that really is important for tornadoes. And then looking at the way the winds turn with height, we sometimes call these a hodograph, surface winds coming in from the south, turning around more from the south and increasing in speed, and then veering around by 2.5 kilometers from the southwest. And adding in a storm motion, you get this kind of a little semicircle, or a quarter of a pie, I guess I should say. Sometimes it's even a semicircle that is the kind of hodograph, as we call it, that and a favorable wind environment for tornadoes. So this kind of arced out area on the hodograph is what we sometimes call storm relative helicity. That's a measure of the ability of the environment to roll. And those kind of values, you get up into the 200, 300, 400 range, those are kind of tornadic numbers. You especially combine those with some measures of CAPE into energy helicity index, multiply the CAPE and the helicity and divide it by some normalizing number, and you see ordinary thunderstorms down in the 0.1 range, supercells 1.5, tornadoes not so, when you're using deep layer values, not so much different. But these combination of parameters more useful than CAPE alone. And of course, you can get lots of helicity, but if there's no instability there, you don't get severe weather in those days either. Looking at raw model forecasted soundings, and there's that big CAPE layer again, but most of that is up high that might give you big hail, but it's this portion down here that is related to the tornado formation. Some diagrams that sort of look at some of these in kind of a crude way. The shear going to the right in the lowest, say, 2.5 kilometers, the CAPE going upward, and with low shear and particularly large CAPE values, you tend to get these multi-cell storms or squall lines that and where are the supercells? They're sort of down here in the intermediate CAPE values, but large shear situations, and bows are sort of in the best of both world kind of situations. So it's, again, just looking at the highest CAPE locations, the highest CAPE days, that's not the whole story. It's some combination of often intermediate values of CAPE and large shear, the days that and locations that are giving you the best supercells. Here's an example, one you'll recognize, the Joplin day. The morning supercell had that quarter turn hodograph, had a little bit of a cap there. If you got up through that, you had a positive area. CAPE is showing up in this case, I'll say about 1800, and the helicity is 450. So there's huge potential there if you can get through the cap. A little bit of forcing, upper air forcing came in, the cap broke. Probably just slightly after the Joplin tornado, the cap has been eliminated. still huge amounts of CAPE. It's, in fact, increased to 3,900. The wind shear with a little mixing is weakened a little bit, but there's still, where's my helicity thing here? Still 192 value, so more than enough and still a turning of the hodograph. So there's a EF5 tornado type of combination of circumstances. There's some parameters you can find in model forecasts or in analysis on the SPC site. Supercell parameter, composite parameter that uses most unstable CAPE, a deep layer shear, low level 3 kilometer helicity, and when those values get progressively larger, you have a good chance of getting supercells. Whoops. And some of the verification of some of those, the significant tornadoes, the supercell parameters pretty high, often up in this 12 range, non-tornadic supercells maybe in the 4 range, and then marginal and non-supercell down in the less than 2 kind of range. And then there are, as you I'm sure have seen, there are different kind of contexts with days that have classic supercells. You just get this sharp delineation between a rain curtain under the supercell visually and then a clear rain-free base to the south side. So those are the days that have the best chance of getting tornadoes from the supercells. Low precipitation supercells, on the other hand, there's hardly any rain shaft in sight around your sometimes what will be a turkey tower type of mesocyclone going up. And then the high precipitation days when there's just tremendous amounts of rain right near the wall cloud. And those kind of days, if you get a tornado, there's so much rain and rain-cooled air that comes out that it may be, if at best, short-lived and hard-to-see type tornadoes. Usually a big factor in determining the difference there, the high precipitation supercells, everything else pretty favorable, but there's kind of weak mid-level winds and weak deep layer shear, so the storm kind of gets upright instead of leaning, so the rain falls right back down near where the updraft is at low levels. The LP supercells, maybe kind of a low relative humidity day and pretty large deep layer shear, so the storm leans over, and plus it wasn't too humid to begin with. Probably the best parameter or combination of parameters that some of the researchers have found have been a combination of sort of cloud base or lifting condensation level and the low level wind shear. The faster the wind shear, and the tornadoes here are the open squares, the other severe events are the black dots. And so you see almost all of the tornadic squares are for cloud bases here below 1 kilometer, 3,000 feet or below. You get higher cloud base values, and there's a lot of severe there, but you don't see too many in the way of tornadoes. And what tornadoes there are tend to be these kind of land spot type of things rather than significant long-lived tornadoes with supercells. So it's these high shear, low cloud base kind of situations that tend to be most favorable for long-lived and intense tornadoes. The cloud base impact, of course, if you get too high of a cloud base, there's too much room for evaporation, too much rain-cooled air comes down and will often tend to gust out the mesocyclone before any kind of tornado can occur. Significant tornado parameter, similar kind of formation, looks at the mixed layer CAPE, deep layer shear, a low level helicity, and the cloud base, and favorable values of those. When they're all above sort of these threshold values, you get higher values. The higher they get above 1, the better. And the results of that show the significant tornadoes up around 3 or higher, weak tornadoes sort of around 1, and non-tornadic less than 1. Of course, there's a lot of case-to-case variation. And you can find forecast maps of these kind of parameters online. And just a note, it's not always right in the middle of these forecast bullseyes. There's been a lot of observations and case studies that have shown that it's often sort of up on the north edge, sort of near a warm front or a boundary where the worst things, that's where you get a little bit of extra forcing, up near that warm front or a boundary. And then even if you're getting these supercells, the downdraft has to get involved, because in that tilting that we talked about, because of the low-level wind shear, most of the rotation comes in aloft. So your rolling tube that we showed in that one conceptual diagram, you need to push down a little bit that tube so that you get something that looks like a tornado all the way to the ground. So the Vortex 2 theories and subsequent research have been looking at temperatures of the downdraft to see if the downdraft, what I call the Goldilocks and the Three Bears theory, if the downdraft temperature is just right, you get a tornado. If it's too warm, you might not get a downdraft getting to the ground to push the downdraft to the surface and help generate the tornado. If it's too cold, the downdraft comes out and just gusts out everything and stabilizes everything. It has to be just right. And as that rain-cooled air and the hook echo comes down, the hook echo starts to accelerate around, and some of this has been known a long time. Fujita published this in the 70s. A lot of the long-lived tornadoes and tornadoes that will make a little bit of a left turn tend to occur just about like this. The rear flank gust front comes out. You can sometimes get right turn tornadoes and tornadoes out on there, maybe a little bit more land spot type, as well as sometimes an anticyclonic type. And as that rain-cooled air wraps around the supercell, it sometimes does come out, wraps around the front side all the way around. That's when the tornado makes a left turn. The stabilized air is in there, but off to the right of that, a new meso can form, a new tornado can form, and that's the formation or the conceptual model for the typical tornado family. The tornado left turn break, next tornado left turn break. It's a cycling and recycling of this downdraft air and being just right to produce a tornado, and then it's no longer right and the tornado dissipates, ropes out, but somewhere nearby that downdraft has made conditions right for another tornado. And sometimes you just get breaks in one of the 74 super outbreak. Too strong of a downdraft came down, just briefly choked off one tornado, a new one formed. There another one like that. And I thought I would end with just a couple of slides here regarding what climate change may be doing to our severe weather and tornado environment. There's been a little bit more research published over the past couple of years on that. One thing we certainly know is that the number of tornadoes reported has been increasing. On average, about 13 per year. Back around 1950, it was less than 500 got reported. Now it's up around 1,300 or so in a typical year in recent years. But we don't think most of that is due to more tornadoes. We think it's just better reporting. Many of you chasers are reporting things and seeing things and videoing things that weren't known about in the past when the Weather Service was getting their storm reports from just newspaper clippings. And if it didn't hit a structure, it didn't make the newspaper. So it didn't get into the database. One of the things that I've noticed in the time that I've been at the Weather Channel is some things that have made me go, not the way that it's kind of supposed to be. Late season, winter season, and high latitude occurrences. December tornadoes in the northern Texas Panhandle in December, etc. Tornadoes in western North Carolina in January. That's supposed to be ski season out there, etc. There's been a lot of these kind of things. Make me think that one way that global warming could be manifesting itself, occasionally in the wintertime, you'll be getting these warm incursions going farther north. In the wintertime, the jet stream wind shear conditions and upper forcing are always favorable, but the instability hasn't been there. Now maybe it's getting there farther north than it has in the past. And then there's been Jeff Trapp and some of his colleagues from Purdue and affiliated universities have been actually taking climate models and using all the national available supercomputing powers overnight, running these climate models as if they were daily forecast models, stopping them each day and looking at some of these parameters, combining CAPE and shear to proxies for tornado or severe weather possibilities. And one of these studies has shown that, and so that March, April, May is on the left, June, July, August on the right, CAPE at the top. So the future, say, in the 2070s to 2090s versus the 60s to 80s, a lot more CAPE from the basically everywhere east of the Rockies, and especially in the June, July, August time period, a lot more moisture. The mixing ratio, pretty much the whole country is more moist. The shear goes down a little bit. Northern 2/3 of the country going down a little bit. But the number of days with severe storms, proxy, predicted to be up by several days per year, but maybe more in the summertime than the springtime, but even still so in the springtime. So maybe more tornadoes, according to this study, definitely more like microburst and squall line kind of events. But some of the collaborators have done some more work since then, and again here, newer updates, CAPE by season, sort of showing up in all periods. But now a little bit more in the September, October, November, what we sometimes think of as second season period. Shear still, most of this in blue, mostly going down, but combining those and the number of severe thunderstorm days going up by still several to maybe bigger numbers than that as we get out farther in time. So despite maybe some weakening of the wind shear, the increasing CAPE with just enough wind shear on the limited number of occasions is likely to give maybe more increased in severity, and maybe even in some areas increases in the tornado threat, maybe especially more in a little bit the northern latitudes and in the cooler parts of year. So that's my talk. If there's any time, I'll be glad to answer questions. Thank you. Is there time for questions? Or are there any? I do not think that I have them available anywhere, but I can look into doing something like that, I guess.
There's been a lot of chaser chat about how the recent pattern of the last few months of warm, dry weather in the southwest and southern plains might affect the chase season. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, two things. I'll back up in a general sense. I think with this pretty active winter pattern that we've had with a pretty active jet stream still going on, I'm thinking that we may start to get severe active. It's been so quiet for a number of months now. I mean, it might start getting active pretty soon. The dryness aspect might push maybe some of the severe occurrence initially maybe a little bit farther east, but still at this time of year, we don't tend to get much West Texas kind of activity. So I'm not sure how much the dryness is going to affect the start of the severe weather season. If that dry pattern continues, that might perpetuate the severe weather season only being sort of the eastern half of Kansas or more active, the eastern Kansas, eastern Oklahoma, eastern Texas than what we typically get farther west. But that, I think, remains to be seen.
Maybe you can speak to this. I think my numbers are still right. Weld County, Colorado, right up the road.
Yeah.
Has more tornadoes in that county than any other county in the country.
I actually, a few years ago, went through and looked at every county in east of the Rockies, basically, and excluding New England, the places that get a lot of tornadoes, and then did a normalization by area of the county, number of tornadoes, total path length. And one of the top handful was indeed Weld County here in Colorado. The reason for that seems to be that that's the area where there's a phenomenon known as the Denver cyclone. When you get low-level winds coming in from the southeast, there's the Palmer Divide, the Palmer Ridge that goes eastward just south of the Denver area. And you get a little bit of an eddy that sets up there, kind of like the wind eddies behind your house on a windy day. And that eddy then gets some convergence. It generates a little bit of extra rotation source. And so for many years, it's been known by the chasers in Colorado that out near where the airport is a place to go to see, if not long-lived tornadoes, at least to see a tornado likelihood. Interestingly, you heard about from McCarran and Kasiba talking about the Sand Mountain area down near Huntsville, Alabama, just a little southeast of Huntsville, Alabama. That was one of the highest in the country, maybe ever so slightly higher than Weld County, but in an area that was mountainous, hilly, but so there maybe it was the upslope flow right at the edge of the southern Appalachians, and in some kind of the reason for that's not quite as obvious, but maybe a little bit of a low-level jet going along parallel to the mountain there, a little bit extra lift over the mountain. So part of the Vortex Southeast project will be to sort of see why that maximum is there, where it is, and there's a couple of other spots around the country that are kind of similar to Weld County, but it's certainly one of them. Yeah.
In your graph that showed the increase in number of tornadoes.
Yes. Question was about that increasing number of reported tornadoes, and it seems like it is mostly better reporting from chasers, from partnership with the National Weather Service, with emergency management and other spotters, growth of the spotter network, so that, and especially since the deployment of Doppler radars in the early 90s, the National Weather Service very vigilant now to be trying to assess yay or nay whether there was tornadoes that occurred in the places where they're getting tornado vortex signatures and now tornado debris signatures. So more active looking, sort of like I alleged back in the 50s and 60s, the only way a tornado, most of the time, the only way a tornado got in the way most of the tornadoes got into the reporting was they subscribed to newspaper services, and they would get a clipping at the end of the month and said that there was a farm building got knocked down, and they didn't know about it until the clippings came in. So we're a long ways from that in terms of the reporting at tornadoes. There's been some studies, and so far the studies there have not been able to show a statistically significant real increase in the number of tornadoes, but with some numerical model results that I showed suggesting maybe there could be some slight uptick in the subsequent decades. We're probably, are we out of time, Roger? Okay, we'll stop there. Better stop. I would stand here and answer questions all day. But.
Thanks, Dr. Forbes. Hate to end it. Okay, our next speaker. Of course, we've dealt with so many tragedies in the storm chasing community over the last several years. It's just awesome to welcome Dr. Jason Persoff to talk to us about When duct tape isn't enough, mending broken chasers.
Thanks. See the Langoliera? Langoliera? I'm trying this now. Can you guys hear me okay? Good, I can hear you. Hey, Jane. Okay, all you sit down. And Max, great to see you as always. All right, it's great to be here again. For whatever reason, Roger decided I could actually play on Saturday now. Typically, he's like, yeah, Sunday when people are leaving, we need to put you there, and everyone's really, awake. Not. So it's good to actually get an opportunity to present on a Saturday. Thank you, Roger and Karen. May I also briefly state that after Dr. Forbes was going through the different species of clouds, all I could think is, those would make great names for IKEA products. Every single one of them looks like you could shop that at IKEA, and I think that really they need to make the names a little bit better, especially because a couple of them looked like they had genitalis in them, and I was like, whoo, boy, that's not a typical thing you're going to see. Unless you're lucky. Never mind. Anyway, we'll get to that in just a minute. Before I begin my presentation, I always need to thank my wife, Irma, and my kids, Malachi, Kieran, and Rissa, for their support for me through my profession and then through my passion, which is photography in severe storms. And I'm just very grateful for them. And also a big shout out to my chasing partners, Bill, Scott, Dave, Dana, Brad, and Mark. I always couldn't forget Mark, Scott, and some others. They're very treasured to me. If I forgot you guys, it's because I don't care about you as much anymore. So if I didn't list you, it's that I'm not actually seeing you in my life. Oh, and Jacqueline. Okay, anyway. So we're going to talk about a tough topic today, so I'm going to try and keep it light, but it's also going to be deep, which is just great. All right. So I'm warning you now that we will be covering safety, in the psychological safety that's necessary here. So our agenda is we'll start with a quiz, then I'm going to spend most of my time talking about mental health and storm chasing, and then I'll talk about resources. Now, for those of you who are at home, I just want to let you know, temperature right now in Denver is near 60. It is absolutely clear blue skies. It is fantastic, and it sucks that you're not here. It really does, okay? So, sorry about that. I hope your winter is just awful. Anyway, which just once again proves that Colorado is the best place to live. How many people here live here? Yeah. Those of you who are just visiting, yeah, don't move, please. Roads are getting kind of busy. I-70 sucks. I can't even tell you how much I cannot stand you guys. Where are you from? Vermont. Oh, good. Okay. Yeah. Stay off our roads. All right. So we're going to start off with a quiz. I'm concerned that the quality of the bulb on the projector is such that no one's going to be able to read this. I'm going to have to read everything out loud, and it's going to lose its humor. So try to laugh, because I've earned it. All right. The first one, yeah, there we go. So this one asks the teacher asked, and you can see a brain over here and a cantaloupe. She says, how are a brain and a cantaloupe alike? And the answer, apparently, which is A+, was they're both delicious. This is important when we're dealing with any form of metric system issue, which is how do you change centimeters to meters? It turns out the answer is you take out the centi. Oh, gosh. And this one, yeah, I know. We need to go through this one, because this one's going to take a moment to explain. The kids are supposed to, there we go. In fact, they're editing me right now, is what's happening. This is a mix-up at the bottom, and the child is supposed to put this in the correct order. The words are is pen in goat my a. And the correct answer would have been my goat is in a pen. It turns out it is not. My pen is in a goat. But there's a self-portrait here. I'm not sure where Jimmy is in that one, but attaboy, Jimmy, attaboy. And I'm talking to the right crowd, because I imagine a few of you are here and single and thinking, Goat may work. All right. Key is to find, it may be illegal, but who's going to tell? I mean, you've got dinner if you have a problem with that. All right. So I'm going to ask some very hard-hitting questions now, and I'm going to forecast that by saying that, number one, forecast because, anyway, if you don't get it, this is funny in my mind is the problem. And the problem is my mind doesn't necessarily jive with everyone else. We're going to be talking about addiction. And the purpose of what I'm going to talk about in these next questions is I just want you to be curious. Does this apply to me or does this not apply to me? Just be curious, and I want you to keep track. I want you to write the numbers down of the questions you get. And you don't need to share them with anyone else. If you're not comfortable doing it for yourself, do it for somebody you really don't like, and that way they'll get a really high score. But I want you to be curious. I don't want you to take this as offensive, okay? So here are the questions. Answer them as honestly as you can. Here's the first question. Have you ever scheduled a storm chase when another important activity needed your participation, such as a wedding date, or a wedding, a date with a spouse, or special work function? Have you ever gotten angry when someone tells you that you chase too often or are gone too long storm chasing? Have you ever repeatedly stopped taking care of yourself due to storm chasing? And I don't mean just one night. I'm talking about repeatedly, like crazy repeatedly. Not sleeping for 7 hours a night? Sound familiar? Failed to eat or failed to shower? Something tells me some of you today fit that one. Or used stimulants other than caffeine, and I note less than 400 milligrams per day. If you're using more than 400 milligrams of caffeine per day, that is considered the use of a stimulant. What is 400 milligrams of caffeine per day? 2 espressos, which puts me way over the top. All right, but it doesn't stunt your growth. I'm living proof. Have you ever been unable to pay attention to family duties, work, or other obligations during a large outbreak or severe weather near you? Dr. Forbes just brought up the DCVZ. God damn the DCVZ. Watching all my friends go, oh, Jason, you working tonight? Yeah. Okay. All right. Have you ever put you or your family into financial distress from storm chasing? Have you ever lost a relationship due to storm chasing, or does your significant other disapprove your chasing, but you go anyway? Have you ever felt like a failure or beat yourself up for not getting the best photo, best video, or been unable to feel good since you missed a big or near event? This is something that comes up for me when we have freaking David Mayhew, who's going to be talking later about how he simply takes photos. Screw David Mayhew. All right. My pen is in... Anyway... Have you ever had difficulty, this is not going at all the way I planned in my mind when I was putting this together. Have you ever had difficulty confining your chase activities to finite periods of vacation time and chase but also chase when you know you shouldn't? We're almost done. Have you ever lied to go storm chasing? I called in sick to work or lied about where you were when you were asked? Do you ever feel as if the only thing going right in your life or the only thing that brings you deep meaning in life is storm chasing? Do you ever feel you should storm chase less often or for shorter durations? Do you prefer to chase on no-risk days with a very low probability of success where LCLs are at 10,000 feet over going out with friends or spending time with family? If you could never storm chase again, you would feel shattered or incomplete. This isn't an out loud quiz answer. Nope, not me. Losers who say yes. We're good. Just keep track for yourself or your enemy. Have you ever missed out on conversations because you're constantly checking the SPC site, radar scope, or other weather data? Have you ever felt that storm chasing the same old storms isn't good enough and found yourself pushing the limits to get closer and more extreme footage? Okay, total it up. Those of you who aren't totaling anything, liars. All right, now, before we go on scoring, I know a lot of you may be feeling that you want kumquat with lemon or whatever. You may be very indifferent about this, but now I want to go a different direction, and I want to briefly cover those same questions again, This time I'm going to give you domains. These domains are what is being tested in these questions as they relate to addiction. Okay? Again, just because you see some of your answers up here does not mean that you're addicted. I'm just doing this as a thought. I want you guys just to think about these things. All right, so this is just a discussion, as I said. The scoring system is not validated. However, the model that I created to get those questions has been modeled in multiple other areas of research and fits within the DSM-5 guidelines, which is a diagnostic and statistical manual that psychiatrists use to fill their time thinking about you after they've spoken to you for a while. It allows us to kind of communicate about different things. Now, the question domains. The first question, have you ever scheduled a storm chasing during an important incident, has to do with stopping or reducing important social activities. Second question, interpersonal relationships worsening due to chasing. Next one, continued chasing in the face of failure to care for self. Do you gain weight when you're out storm chasing? Do you stop exercising? Do you never exercise? Does your smoking increase during that time? Does your smoking cocaine increase at all? Another domain, repeatedly unable to carry out obligations due to chasing. Next set, continued chasing despite negative consequences. Next, interpersonal relationships worsening due to chasing. Craving or having a strong desire to chase for have you ever felt like a failure or beat yourself up for not being able to be David Mayhew. 4, escalation in the frequency of chasing, if that's increasing over time. How about stopping or reducing important social activities, evidence of psychological and possible physical withdrawal? Now I'm going to talk about that in a little bit. Failure to cut down on chasing even when you've been told or asked by your family not to do so. Getting high on chasing, and this is referring to this comment about going out and storm chasing. A good day storm chasing is better than any day that I have to spend at home with family, doing chores, going to work. That is an example of getting high. If you could never storm chase again, you'd feel shattered. This has to do with tolerance. So when we talk about tolerance, and I'll refer to the opiate crisis, which is really a major travesty and a big part of my practice right now. When we talk about opiate tolerance, what we are actually talking about is needing to maintain a certain level of the drug so that you don't go into withdrawal. In other words, you have to keep chasing because you got to keep doing it. There's nothing else in your life. And if you don't do that, you'll go through withdrawal, which will shatter you. Stopping or reducing important social activities. Tolerance, we're going to talk about anhedonia in a minute. You all know what hedonia is. That's hedonism, which I hear often happens on Saturday night at Chasercon. So anyway, it's for those of you who still aren't in on the clue, go back to poor Jimmy and the goat. All right, so we've totaled that up. Now, each of you should have your totals. Before we go on, I want to once again stress, we're not labeling you as an addict. That's always a journey that people can take, but I want you to look at some of these behaviors just so you're aware of them and monitor them as you go through chasing over the next 12 months. Just sort of check in with this. All right, the scoring is based on several models. These are just 3 of them over here, but basically this is what your score says is possible, not necessarily is diagnostic. If you have less than 3, you have mild or no addiction. However, if you're at 4 to 9, you're moderate, and greater than 9, anyone who's got a greater than 9, there's a very high probability that you're addicted to storm chasing. Most people are going to fall in the 4 to 9. Again, moderate doesn't necessarily mean you are an addict, but should catch your attention if you're in there. If you've got greater than 9, please take the rest of the talk seriously. All right, so I'm an addict, so what? I'm nuts, except those are eggs. So you may, I love that. I really do. Yeah, and who knew? Anyway, so you may be saying, you know, great, maybe I am crazy, but I doubt you need to be this screwed. You're not You're not screwed, is what I'm trying to say. You're not. There's still hope. Not for the duck. No, the duck is completely hosed. I mean, completely. But, or you don't have to have the whole duck. Just do crispy by half. Just do it halfway. Don't commit, even though it's more expensive. All right. So I'm going to briefly segue into some of the science about what I'm going to talk about next. And in that, I'm going to use this particular article here as a main reference because it summarizes within the body of that article what we know about adrenaline junkies. Fortunately, I have no idea what they're talking about, but adrenaline junkies, people who engage in high-risk behaviors. This includes, in this particular study, rock climbers, but other studies have been done with skydivers. Yeah, Chris Calera over there. Wasn't in the study, but really wanted to be. And then skydivers, NASCAR drivers, stock car racers, these sorts of things. And these are considered adrenaline junkie type things. And in the addiction, what they found is anhedonia is very, very common. That is that nothing in their life compares to storm chasing. Now, or in that case, rock climbing. Now, I will tell you, there is nothing in my life like storm chasing, but it is not the only thing in my life. There is nothing like being successfully underneath a rain-free base in a slow-moving tornado. I mean, like Dodge City, holy crap. I don't know that I'll ever experience anything like Dodge City again, but that was one of the most amazing days of my life. There is nothing like that. However, when I'm using it in this context, anhedonia, the absence of that in my life, if it's absent, feels badly. Like I feel badly because of that. Next one, negative effects. So negative effects are agitation or withdrawal symptoms when not climbing in this study. And believe it or not, in studies on extreme risk takers, there actually can be physical withdrawal, shaking, restlessness, loss of sleep. This has been shown. And then a craving, the strong overarching desire to go climbing has been described in them. And this is an interesting feature because that gets to some of the domains we get at. Can I function? Like if I have to work a shift today and there's going to be a tornado 10 miles away from where I am in all likelihood, which has happened to me. It has happened to me repeatedly because of the DZVZ. Damn DZVZ. And by the way, global warming or not, the DZVZ has been virtually shut out recently. It has been a nothing player. And so the only conclusion I have is you foreigners that keep coming to our state and moving here are killing it. I'm not sure how that's happening, but I just want you to know that. But in all seriousness, the inability to focus on what is in front of me, the task in hand, that is craving. Or knowing that there's a big outbreak and you're going to miss it. That is an example of craving. There is a difference between that and healthy, gosh, I wish I could be there. Gosh, I could be there, guys. And unhealthy, which I also like to call the schadenfreude. God, I hope they don't see shit. So that's when our maturity levels hit maximum. Oh, you busted today? I'm sorry. You looked like you were in such great position. Oh, that's too bad. All right, so let me read a couple excerpts. These are heavy and deep. We'll move past these very quickly, but again, it says extreme risk-seeking addiction, or ERSA, which also could be an IKEA piece of furniture, seems more appropriate as the addiction is caused by voluntarily seeking risks rather than by the risk in and of itself. Risks become extreme when they are continuing, characterize one's lifestyle, and threaten a person's possessions, physical integrity, and very existence. When the lucid and pleasant nature of a risky experience becomes a repetitive mode, which takes over the individual person, allowing them to distance themselves from day-to-day reality and internal experiences which are hard to beat, the person is addicted. Now, paraphrasing this, it means that instead of just going and having a great time where you're chasing, there's an escalation, there's a higher risk-taking portion to it. There is a need for more, and it's insatiable. Yes, you got a great picture of the Ray tornado, Jason, but you were on the wrong side. The better one was to the south. and then I feel like crap. These seem innocuous, but there it is. This is what happens. And now this last one, consistent with existing substance abuse addiction literature, high ability climbers recalled more frequent and intense craving states and negative affect during abstinence compared with average ability climbers. No differences in anhedonia symptoms were noted. Conclusions: rock climbing athletes appear to experience withdrawal symptoms when abstinent from their sport, comparable to individuals with substance abuse and behavioral issues. Now, I can't prove this to you in the literature, but I can tell you, having dealt with chasers for over 20 years, close to 25, that this exists in some people, and I see it more frequently now. And how are we seeing this manifest? There have been a number of suicides and drug abuse issues in chasers, of recent leading to the death of a very famous and loved chaser, who was a great guy. One of my favorite persons was Eric Wynn. Many of you will not know who he is, except for some of us old guys. But I chased with him in the late 90s, early 2000s. The best chasers out there, got some incredible footage, but was wrestling with demons inside himself that ultimately led to him taking his own life. So what we're talking about here, while I've kept it kind of light, I just want a moment for this to sink in. We are not screwing around. This is life and death. So be aware of that. All right. So if you had greater than 3 points on that, you could have a moderate to severe addiction. If you had greater than 9, I'd be concerned. Number one, there is a tendency for people who are in that moderate to high risk group to cross domain and seek other substances. The most commonly sought other substance is alcohol. And there is a high correlation between alcoholism and people who engage in high-risk activities. And I'm sure most of it will be on display tonight. But I'm just guessing. Going to go with that, which will lead to the goat issues later. Other addictive substances also come into play, and you should ask yourself, do I smoke more when I'm out chasing? Do I abuse caffeine more when I'm out chasing? Now, a little bit is fine, going over a little bit is fine, but I mean, like, I'm driving 27 hours and can chart the universe from memory kind of fine is probably not fine. And then also, sexuality. Do you become more hypersexual while you're chasing? Now, most of you are going to go, no, I don't. It doesn't matter whether you are or not. I certainly don't want you to call me and tell me. Yeah, that's what the goat is for. It's where the pen is. The pen is in the goat. So, yes, this is where goats, the goat population will decline overnight here in Colorado. But if you are becoming more hypersexual when you are chasing, there is a possibility that is linked to addiction. It's one of those things. If you spend money ridiculously when you're chasing, not just fueling up and getting rooms and stuff like this, but buying the goats. If you're spending a lot of money, that's an issue. Suicide is the leading cause of death in individuals with addiction. Sometimes intentional, sometimes unintentional. There's a question about the latest death, whether it was intentional or unintentional, probably unintentional. But once you start going into other substances, and an example of this that I would consider in chasing is trying to get the best footage at the cost of other people's lives. So that's a form of suicide. It also is a form of homicide, and we saw both last year following Chasercon in one event. All right, alcohol is present in 30 to 40% of all suicide attempts, and compared to the general population, addicts are 10 times more likely to take their own lives often due to concurrent depression. So these are pretty staggering statistics. Depression, I want to take a moment and comment on. Depression boils down to serotonin and dopamine, the only two things that ever make me happy anymore. Actually, they're the only things that can make you happy because those are the neurotransmitters involved in joy, happiness, and addiction. And I want to comment, because this is important, that depression does not equal sadness. I can be sad and I'm not depressed, medically speaking. We use depression in the common vernacular because they occupy the same slot. But when I'm talking to a patient about depression, I am not talking to them about sorrow. There may be sorrow. But in fact, and I'll go through this, sorrow can be present, but it may also be absent. Feelings of hopelessness, self-pity, worthlessness due to imbalance of neurotransmitters. And it's interesting, the self-medication for addiction, or addiction is a form of self-medication in depression. They're not necessarily tied together, but getting high from any substance or action basically repletes those neurotransmitters for a short time, but unfortunately leads to a withdrawal of those neurotransmitters and a bigger crash later on, which starts the period of craving and recurrence. So when we talk about depression, this is just interesting, and we'll go through one more depression slide after this, but basically when you're shy on dopamine, you tend to be slow in your reaction time, tend to not to have a lot of energy, you don't experience a lot of pressure, you experience incredible pressure, just not pleasure with an L. You can get serotonin, OCD-like symptoms, obsessive thoughts, compulsive behaviors, impulsivity increases, and they often overlap in depression and craving. Now, we use in medicine one of many tools, but the easiest one for me to share with you, and I want to share with you in the context of something important, which is we use the thing called SIGI caps. And SIGI caps refers to sleep changes, interest loss, guilt, energy loss, cognitive difficulties, in other words, an inability to concentrate, appetite loss and or weight loss, and psychomotor agitation and suicidal ideation. If you have 5 of those for greater than 2 weeks, you're depressed. Now notice, you may only experience sleep changes, loss of interest in things that used to be pleasure, you may have loss of energy, you may not be able to concentrate well, your appetite may seem off, and you may feel a little agitated, but at no time may you feel sorrow or sadness. And so the diagnosis of depression is often elusive to the person who's experiencing depression. And I can tell you from experiencing this with numbers of patients and other individuals, depression is very, very difficult and challenging and can increase your risk of suicide. There's also an incredible stigma attached to it. And it kills me. It kills people because there's this stigma attached to it. But the reality is you can get help. The hardest part for depressed and addicted people is that they don't believe that they can be helped, or they're more afraid of getting help than sticking with the same old, same old. So if you could be addicted or have depression, first thing is I want you just to reflect today and then throughout the next year about some of the domains that we have covered today. And see if they apply to you. Do you notice when you're chasing that the questions I asked you are still kind of jumping around in your head? Do they signal that there may be something else going on? Second thing is, and this is the hard part, ask friends and family to let you know if some of these warning signs will occur. So I showed this to my wife last night, and she's like, oh man, you're just full up addict, aren't you? I'm like, no, honey, I'm good. I'm totally good. I got this. But in all honesty, seek that. Did you cancel out on your family? Did you trade time with your friends in order to go storm chasing, and that is all that matters to you? Or you get pissed off when you don't go chasing and have to deal with a regular activity like the rest of us, like working, for example. 3, and very importantly, know that you're not alone, and many others have been there and recovered. Help is truly available. You don't have to go to extremes. In other words, if you see these warning symptoms, you may not be an addict, but can you tone it down a little bit to prevent yourself from going the full Monty? So these may be hard to see, but you can moderate. For example, you probably don't need to go the distance to get a lip and eye remover. That's probably not going to help you very much. Nor would I use... This may be antibacterial, but I don't know you need to go to those extremes. I don't think that's what's really important. I think it is possible to moderate. So here are some resources. For starters, you can call me. There's my phone number. It's up on the slide. I'll say it. It's 904-343-4325. I still have a Storm Chase medical hotline. I get multiple calls during the year from various chasers for various reasons. I'm happy to answer your medical questions. I may not be able to solve them, but you can always call me. I can help guide you. I can also help when things are rough. Several people have had family members diagnosed with conditions or themselves with conditions and just want to reach out and ask me some questions, and you can do that. It's free. There's no charge whatsoever, and my phone's always on. I may not always answer it, but depends on the goat. All right, there's a substance abuse, and the goat was not even prominently in my head when I put this thing together. I added that this morning, but it's been really nice to have that as a tagline, I think, really. All right. You can call the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. We actually, despite what I've seen lately in our government, we actually have some positive parts in our government. This is one of them. It's 1-800-662-HELP. This is a referral service. It's completely free. It's confidential. It's anonymous. You can call them. They're not going to call your employer and say, guess who just called me? This guy thinks he's addicted to storms. They may call me and say that, but not your employer. And then the National Suicide Prevention Hotline, 1-800-273-8255. Both of those services are available 24/7, and unlike me, there's always somebody there to talk to. I have to tell you that the hardest part of this presentation to me is that I think we've seen a change in chasing over the years, and it's not a moral change. It's not like people are doing things because they mean to be doing bad things. What I think is people need to really look at their behaviors and ask, is this really great? Am I doing something that's really good? I will tell you right now, for those of you who say, as chasers, we are helping the meteorologic community, if you are using that as your banner, please take that banner down. You're chasing because you like to chase. That's it. There's no you may contribute scientifically once in a lifetime. We got to be honest with ourselves about what we're doing. We're endangering other people. Okay? We are going through a lot of traffic intersections in small towns at high rates of speed. We are clogging up traffic for rescuers. And there have even been some people who have offered to create a service to be first response in some of these tragedies that occur with big tornadoes. Let's just take our ego down just a little bit, please, because we're on a very slippery slope here, and our actions matter. People are looking at what we do and how we behave. You may not think it's a big deal, but believe me, it's a huge, huge deal. One last little bit, you need to take care of yourself. Storm chasing is a fantastic hobby. I wouldn't do it if I wasn't passionate about it. But if you're not taking care of yourself and you're actually making some silly decisions, if you can't tone that down, you may need to give me a call so I can help you. Because I want to help you guys. Let's enjoy our hobby and celebrate it and get home safely every single night. All right. I will tell you also, self-help strategies will be insufficient. Now, if you have a smoking problem, you need to beat the moose. That's a totally different issue. I can't help you that. I'd like to watch you beat the moose. All right. I hope I didn't beat a dead horse or a dead moose for you guys today. I'm available to talk even if it's for a friend. I have a friend who does that. By the way, you don't have a friend. If you're coming to me, you don't have a friend. You're not even close. I mean, you may want to look into that. All right. Chase safe, well, and in moderation. I hope today's been enlightening. And if you see these behaviors in other chasers, call them out on it. It's important that we help each other out. You know, I have been chasing for a long time. And one of the things that I have always been amazed by is how chasers bond around chasers. And, you know, people put out a distress call, tons of chasers show up. You know, we're good for each other. Let's continue to be really good for each other. So I'll take questions at this point. Thanks. Question? I'm sorry, speak up just a little.
I said at first, I said I wanted to ask the question jokingly, as if it was really any problem with the traits that you're describing in the storm chaser. And then you went on to the very serious side, honestly. One thing that really struck me is you said, you mentioned in one phrase about the stigma, the mental health stigma. What is being done in that? Because that's the greatest impediment to people seeking help.
So for those of you at home, in the terrible weather elsewhere in the United States, the question was, at first it seemed like there were some joking traits at the beginning, but then he realized that there was more seriousness. The question is, what can we do to lower the stigma? Well, the first thing that needs to happen is we need to own up to the fact that I think it was Descartes who really screwed us all over when he separated the mind from the body about 300 years ago. In any case, the biggest stigma that people have is that there's a perception of being weak. That these are characteristics of a strong individual, and I don't have them. So that's been my experience, is people feel like getting help shows a sign of weakness, or getting help will take away from you parts of who you are. That's another big one. So when I mention chasing addiction, the only alternative to chasing addiction is not to chase in people's minds. There can be moderation. There absolutely can be moderation. But it's very important to take a look at these things when one of the things that has happened is mental health is looked at as, like I said, a weakness. For men, one of the biggest reasons that they don't seek mental health is they don't want to be, quote, like a woman. Like there's a demasculination that occurs because they might need help with something that they feel is emotional. I hope I made the case for you today that the emotions may be there, but they may not be there. They may not be there. You may not be feeling emotional. You may not be. A lot of people do. And there's nothing wrong with you if you are depressed or addicted. There are actions and behaviors which are troubling to you that people can help. This can include psychotherapy, seeking an actual addiction counselor, or seeking a psychotherapist. Almost all of you who have full-time employment will have an employee health line that you can call that's paid for by your employer, and they'll try to get you counseling without disclosing your employer that you're using that. And it's employer in EAP, Employment Assistance Plan. Take advantage of that. If you're even wondering whether you have a problem, you might have a problem. And check it out. It's really, really important. So to destigmatize it, the first thing is, this is part of the human experience. All of us have portions of our life where we're broken, and it's okay. That's what makes us who we are. It's pretty cool. But if it's causing you suffering or causing people around you to suffer, it's really important to look into it, because it can be different. It can be better. It can be so much better. Other questions? Yes?
Chasing obviously has a very seasonal component. Have you seen parallels between, say, seasonal affective disorder
Good question.
and chasing in regards to that?
That's a great question. So the question was, does chasing have, because it's seasonal, is there a seasonal affective disorder kind of component? Now, seasonal affective disorder is very, very common, particularly the further north you go, where daylight is a limited resource. It actually does reduce the amount of serotonin and dopamine in your brain, and so some people will experience profound depression in the wintertime. Since that's also the time when we see a dearth of storms, you could say that SAD and addiction to storm chasing coexist. The difference would be that people with seasonal affective disorder will have traditionally gone through this almost every single winter. It'll be very consistent, whereas people who are addicted to chasing will experience withdrawal symptoms during the chasing season, or will be unable to feel joy during the winter months. Now, I can tell you, I used to really hate winter, but lately, if any of you have been to my website, I am busy photographing snowflakes, and my life is fantastic. What you do is you go to a college campus, and you look for, no, I'm just kidding, there's a different snowflake. Just kidding. What? I can call them out. They need their safe space. I'll find them. Recommend a telephoto lens. But if your life is not, if all of your meaning is being derived from something like the photography around storms or storm chasing, one of the things that can really help improve your self-worth and self-esteem is to have a continuation of your hobby in a different capacity. So for me, that's just nature photography. It's really made my life much richer during the wintertime. Even though this winter we haven't seen many snowflakes here in Colorado because it's beautiful. It's a beautiful place to live. It really is. So go home at the end of the conference and don't. No, I'm just kidding. You can always come back and visit on a limited basis. Just call me first. Ringy dingy on the phone. Don't want Billy getting upset. Other questions? Yes.
I just wanted to add a comment about the stigma bit, because a lot of times, and you even touched on it in your talk, the people that are ignorant
Yeah, and I think that's a great point, absolutely great point, which is that when it comes to depression, you know, the worst advice that people give other people is, you know, snap out of it, or feel better, or don't you have such great things in your life? In other words, trying to force gratitude on somebody. Well, if gratitude doesn't come from within you, and people are forcing it on you from external sides, it actually makes people who are depressed worse. It increases their symptoms of depression and separation from other people. So one of the greatest things you can say to somebody who's depressed is, how can I help you, man? What can I do to help you? Who are you talking to about this stuff? This sounds pretty heavy. Because I want you to be well, which doesn't mean happy, by the way. Happiness and joy is not the opposite of depression. The opposite of depression is feeling solid in who you are despite what's going on in your life. Now, I'll also comment that the biggest concern I have with chasing addiction is the really ridiculous attempts to get really close-up video. I've been predicting this for years. I'm just waiting for the chasers to get killed doing this. It's happened a couple times, but if that's what really matters to you, and you're not being, keep in mind, you are not able to determine whether you're operating safely. We are, as creatures, I didn't put this in here, but there's actually psychological tests that you can do to determine whether or not you can assess risk in a situation. And people consistently they cannot assess their own risk. I know, for me, I drive aggressively in town. I don't when I'm chasing at all, mostly because I don't want a ticket. But it's also a respectful thing to do. But I know I'm an aggressive driver, and despite knowing that, I still feel justified in the way that I drive. So I'm clearly not able to ascertain my own risk. If people are telling you after seeing your photos or your video, dude, that's not safe. It's great footage, but what you're doing is not safe. They're right. They are always right. Some of you may be trying to get that great footage because it keeps you alive financially, and I hear that. I really do. If I could do chasing full-time rather than be a physician, that would be very appealing to me on some level, although I really enjoy being a physician too. You got to be careful. If your livelihood, if your ability to pay for rent is dependent on you getting an extreme weather video, got to think about that. Got to check in with yourself and say, am I making the wrong decisions? And ask somebody you trust and who loves you their opinion. They will give you the honest answer. We're afraid to ask because they may give us the answer we don't want. But sometimes that's where growth begins. What I don't want to see is people dying. I'm tired of this. Last year was really tough. I talked about distracted driving, wearing seatbelts, and like weeks later, we lost chasers. It doesn't have to be this way. We can have our cake and eat it too, which is the only way to have cake. I don't know where that expression comes from. If I have a cake and I'm not going to eat it, what the hell did I get the cake for? Why would I have a cake and eat it too? Absolutely. Like you've made your bed and now you can sleep in it. No, if I'm getting in the bed, I'm not going to make the bed. I'm not going to do that. That's stupid. And I've told my mom that, and she still calls every day. Other questions? Yeah.
Someone online wants to know, how can social media, notoriety, celebrity, and success affect addiction?
Oh man, what a great question. The question is, how does our social media imprint affect addiction? So one of the things that addicts will describe routinely is that they are chameleons. They don't feel good in their own skin. They adapt when they receive positive feedback. And so they try to fit in everywhere, even though they internally do not feel like they belong anywhere. And that is a very common description of a loss of a sense of self and self-worth and self-value. So similarly to when I was talking about depression and addiction, that there's this burst of serotonin and dopamine, those same things are stimulated by social media. In fact, one of the sources that I had on one of the pages was about cell phone addiction in teenagers, which is extraordinarily closely linked to social media. Here's the problem. People are fickle. They don't care about you all the time. It's hard to believe, I know. But they really don't care about you. And your fans will be there one day and then gone the next. They don't care about who you are as a person at all. They care about what you do for them. You get the cool extreme footage, I'm a huge fan. You get the most amazing photos, I'm a huge fan. You're suffering from depression, I don't care. I want more of that. That is the reality of social media. Now, I don't have a huge social media presence because I just don't have time. There's too many different factors, too many things. That's just my choice. But I can tell you, when I post something on Facebook, I look for the number of likes I get every time. When I put a photo out there that I really love and no one likes it, guess how often I use that photo ever again in anything? It decreases. Why? Because we want approval. We want that approval. People who are doing extreme things are going to get the approval of people, and then people are going to model them. But when they suffer, the more popular you are in social media, if that's where you're feeling your dopamine and serotonin getting stimulated, know that storm chasing shows come off the air. You get injured and maybe can't continue to do the things you're doing. Somebody does it better than you, does it longer, does it harder. Do you know how hard it is for people like Tim and I, who've been chasing for a while, and Tim has many years on me, I think 50 or 60 years before that. I mean, Tim is hanging on by a thread. Make sure tonight that you make no sudden movements during his presentation. I'm worried he could go just like that. When I was new in chasing and had a gigantic ego, I had a website that was how to become a storm chaser. It became a very popularly visited site, and then it didn't anymore, and I was irrelevant. That is very, very hard for people. But I know who I am. I belong in my own skin. And what people think of me is none of my damn business. If you make it my business, I'm unfriending you. But I don't need to live in a silo where all I get is praise. Because if all I get is praise and I don't feel like that's the real me, like I'm afraid for you to see the real me, I have a problem. If I need to be the praise that everyone sees on Twitter and everything else like that, like certain presidents of the United States, that pen is way up that goat. Way, way up that goat. Social media is the place for you. Know right now you are going to fall because you cannot stay in that place forever. So what are you going to do after that? What are you going to do? And if you feel scared when I say that, talk to somebody. It's okay. It's great to be on top. But you're not going to stay there forever. Other questions? Daisy.
I'd just like to know what Chinese restaurant you go to.
I go to a very interesting Chinese restaurant. I do. I don't know why that was what I wanted to put into this presentation, is all the Chinese mistranslations, but they're phenomenal. They're absolutely phenomenal. I don't know why. They probably think the same thing about us. When Pepsi went to China, their slogan, actually I'm going to screw up Pepsi, but when Coca-Cola went to China, they had somebody try and translate Coca-Cola directly into phonetic Chinese, and it ended up meaning bite the wax tadpole. So we do it too. I don't know why that would be really good. I don't know how you get tadpole, but anyway, but the wax part I get. Yes, ma'am.
I was recently diagnosed with a major depressive disorder, and suicidal ideation. We'll stop there. But what you just said about Facebook, I'm not an addict to Facebook. I never did. It fascinates me that people put what they put out there. But I realize, after a lot of talking with my psych guy, is that even though I'm not addicted to it, I need to back out of it because it's killing my self-worth. Because everything you see on there, you believe. I mean, if you look at it all on, if you're thinking everybody's having a good time, and I'm stuck here, and I hate my job, and blah, 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 and you internalize that.
Yeah. So, yeah, absolutely, go ahead, I'm sorry.
You just feel hideous. I mean, you feel like you are nothing. So I would say, if you have a problem with Facebook, maybe you need to dial back on that as well. That may be part of the process. It's incredible with that power it has.
Well, and I think what you just brought up, and first of all, thank you for sharing that. You know, I would not have walked in here today and said, oh, she's depressed. That would not have come up, right? Or that there's suicidal ideation. So that tells us a lot about how the face of depression looks like normal. The second part to that is that, remember, Facebook and Twitter and all that are your highlights reel. They're always your highlights reel. They're not your lowlights reel. And for those of you who live and dwell in drama, on the other hand, Facebook is where you go to constantly talk about how crappy your life is, and that's your highlights reel. You may need some help. Look, I'm going to wrap it here, but I'm available to talk during the break. What I want you to take away is a message of hope. Number one, people recover from depression. People recover from addiction. Number two, addiction is extremely common. And I'm going to give you a number that's going to blow your mind. 10% of you in here are addicts. 10%. So you put a couple tables together and at least one of you is an addict. Those numbers may be higher in people who do extreme sports, such as storm chasing. So these numbers are very real. They can lead to other forms of addiction, so take a look at that. And know you can recover and live a very happy life. You can live a satisfying life. You can go through anything if you have a good sense of who you are. But if all you are is social media, or all you are is a storm chaser, take a time and sort of process the things we've talked about. I have really enjoyed being up here today. I hope you guys got something meaningful. I was really pleased to see not many people walked out, so obviously I must be communicating the message well. I promise next year we'll have more goats, less seriousness, because that seems to be a big hit. And thank you all, guys. Thank you.
We all needed to hear that.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. I'm very touched. I'm very touched. And for my next act, I'm going to strip.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Oh, we're out of time. Sorry, that'll be later. See you for the hedonism. Thank you all.
Dr. Jason Pearsoff. Thank you. Okay, before we take a break, we need to talk about some other subject, and that is the future of Chasercon. And a lot of you have heard that this year could be the last year that we run Chasercon. To be honest with you, Karen and I have done a lot of talking about it, and a lot of soul searching, and a lot of reflecting on things in the past and what we have going on in our lives right now and in the future. And I'm not a young guy anymore, and there's going to be a point in time where we're going to want to retire, and that'll happen in a few more years. But let me just give you a little bit of background on Chasercon and what it takes to put one of these shows on. First of all, you have to contract for a facility. I'm a contract administrator, contract negotiator by trade, and that's what I've done my whole life until getting into the storm chasing business and with tours and things like that. First of all, you have to find a facility that is large enough that will host it and has the availability to host it. Okay? That's one challenge. Number two is trying to figure out, okay, how many people do you think that we will get to come to a particular event, to Chasercon each year? Number three, what is it going to cost? What is that hotel convention facility going to want us to guarantee an income to them? For instance, let's take this year, this facility right now. This hotel required us to sign a contract that we would guarantee them that they will get 200 nights of lodging between everybody that comes to this convention. That doesn't sound like a lot. That is a lot. They also build in what are called liquidated damages, where if you do not get that number of rooms that are contracted, We have to pay, i.e., Karen and I, out of our personal finances, we have to pay X amount of dollars for each room that is contracted less than what we had to sign that contract for. We also have to guarantee the hotel a specific amount of revenue from food and beverage. Hence, the reason we get the facility use for free. Okay, that may not sound simple, or may not sound like it's a big deal. It's a really big deal because this hotel and most places you will find out to put on a group of 200 to 300 people will require somewhere between probably $15,000 to $25,000 in food and beverage cost, plus the additional 200 room nights that they require that we sell. Otherwise, if we don't make that revenue, then Karen and I pay for it. And that's the way it's always been with Chasercon. When Tim and I started this, and it started in Tim's basement, of course, and then we moved it to a facility, and it kind of grew and kind of kept growing and kind of going. We fought with this every year. We thought, gosh, we got to keep the price down so that we get folks that want to come to it. But yet we have to purchase food and beverages from the facility in order to get these rooms free. This room, if we don't get food and beverage, if we just said, forget it, we're not going to buy any food, guess what this room runs? It runs 5 figures to rent it, in excess of 5 figures to rent for the weekend. That's what it takes to put on a convention. So when we try to price, we always have tried to figure out, Tim and I did originally, and then now since Tim is no longer with us, Karen and I will sit down and we'll think, okay, well, food and beverage, for instance, the package that we had to contract with them was $60 per person, plus taxes and service fees, which add another 40% to the food and beverage costs. That puts it up to almost $85 a person. And then we have to figure out, okay, how much is it going to cost to get all the expenses that we need taken care of, whether it be for our help or for our speakers to come in and cover expenses from the convention registration to hotels and flights and so on and so forth. Figuring all of those costs in together and then dividing that by an average of 250 people to try to figure out, all right, this is our break-even point. If we don't get that number, then we pay for it out of our pockets. If we get that number, great. I know there's been rumors going around. I've heard them. We've all heard them saying, oh, my God, you guys make like $10,000, $20,000 off this convention. I'll be happy to open the books and show you that that is far from the case. Never has been. We price it, again, like I said, to get about 250 people, and that's it to break even. If we get more than that extra $15, $20 per person that we charge to come to it, that pays expenses for our speakers and so forth, well, guess what? We buy all the sound equipment. We buy the projectors. We buy things like that. We buy everything that we need so that we're not so dependent on the hotel because their audio-visual expenses are ungodly expensive. So whatever little money that we make comes in excess of that to buy the equipment that we need. So, future Chasercon. We need suggestions. We want to talk to you all. We want to see what you think. We had a huge dilemma happen within this last 10 days before Chasercon for Karen and I personally. We had to provide 200 room nights. We were at 206. We're like, great, we're in good shape. We have sold it. We were not going to end up having to pay money out of our pockets. The last 10 days before Chasercon, we had 55 rooms canceled by people. No idea. Some of these people we got a list of all the people who canceled their rooms, and I'm like, gosh, half these people aren't even registered to come to the convention. I don't know if they're folks that just come up here to meet with their friends and hang out and have a party or whatever, and then decide to cancel it and go somewhere else to do that, or what it is. But so that kind of threw us in a tizzy, thinking, oh my God, okay, well, the room's $109 a night or whatever, plus tax and everything. That's $130 times 50 rooms. That's $6,500 we got to pay out of our pockets, and so on and so forth. We haven't gotten our 250 people, so we're thinking, oh my God, we're like $3,000 or $4,000 short in food and beverage revenue. So all of a sudden we're thinking, gosh, we could be anywhere between $5,000 and $10,000 short this year that it comes out of our pockets. And honestly, Karen and I have decided enough. It's not worth it to us personally. And I don't mean it's not worth putting on the convention. It's not worth the risk. We're getting to the point, I'll be honest with you, I'm 60 years old. And we're to the point where in another 5 or 6 years, I want to retire. And if we end up putting our finances on the line like this year after year after year, and we end up writing a check to a hotel or a convention center for the shortages that we have to guarantee, and I don't care where in the country you go to do a convention, you'll find every place will require that same thing. Oklahoma City, when we headed to Norman, same thing. I know Joe Allison, that's what he used to do for a living, was run conventions and set up conventions for the company that he worked with. And Joe, am I exaggerating or anything here? No, that's the way it is. So what I need to hear from you all, first of all, do you want Chasercon to keep going? And all right. I think deep down inside, Karen and I do too. And then second of all, what can we do? We are up for any kind of ideas that you want to try to present us. Our email addresses are on the Chasercon website. Our phone numbers are there. We're here all weekend long. If you want to come by and give us some of your thoughts and suggestions of what we can do to try to mitigate that burden that could fall back on us. Tim and I and Karen and Kathy, we always took that burden, and we were ready if we did not meet those numbers and those requirements, that we were ready to chip in our money to cover it. And I just can't do that risk this close to where we need to be to retire and move on with our lives. I hope you all understand that. So yeah, now I don't want any input right now, but please think about it. We would love to hear some of your thoughts and suggestions, ideas about what we can do with this. We thought, okay, yeah, you get rid of the food and beverage, and then you pay $15,000 to rent the place for 3 days, for Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday. Or, go to a different hotel. Well, it's not that simple, because a lot of hotels don't have the ability to host a larger function like this, too. And actually, the room rates that we get here and the room rates in Denver, Colorado are actually, this is actually quite cheap compared to a lot of other places. Even when we did it in Norman 2 years ago, the room rates down there were a lot more expensive than they were here, and their food and beverage cost was a lot more than it was here. So yeah, I mean, it's not just as simple as say go to someplace cheaper. There's a lot of things you got to think about it. So my heart to you guys. We love you all. We are excited to put on Chasercon every year. Karen and I put a lot of time and effort into it every year, and it's for you. It's not for anybody else. That was the whole intent of Chasercon when it started. If you want it to keep going, give us some thoughts and give us some feedback, okay? Right now, let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break, and there's actually food and beverages up here in the front. Please come up and eat them all.
Test 1, 2.
Testing, testing. Testing, can you hear me? Yep, all good.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Okay, folks, let's go ahead and grab a seat and let's get the show on the road. We have to be out of here by like 4:45, so they have time to come in and strip all the tables down and get ready for the banquet meal that we'll come back at 6 for. Also this evening, we will have the winners of the photography contest announced, and also reveal who our distinguished judge has been for it. And then we'll also have the Mobile ThreatNet giveaway, which we'll use a different set of tickets for. Okay, let's go ahead and get the next speaker introduced here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to have David Mayhew with us. If you've seen the photography that he has in his booth, and if I looked at his newest book that has just came out, just absolutely amazing. And it is a pleasure, David, to have you with us, and we look forward to your talk. Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Everyone hear me okay? Am I coming through okay? Everyone can hear me? Anyone hear me? Yes? All right, good. Okay. So my name is David Mayhew. I am a storm chase photographer. I call my body of work skyscapes. As my wife likes to tell me, I go and take pictures of pretty little clouds. So you guys like getting out there, and probably quite a few of you have good cameras, and I've got a few tips that I use when I'm out in the field. So here are some of the things I'm going to be talking about. I've got some quite technical detail in there and some very simple. Just going to tell you who I am and some pretty pictures about me. Touch briefly on forecasting. Hopefully you guys are up to speed on that. I'm going to look at equipment, what camera I use and why I use it. Talk about exposure, composition and some of the rules of photography. A couple of shooting tips, and then at the end I'm going to run through a whole edit of an image and how I do that in Lightroom. I don't know everything. Believe it or not. There's so many things in photography that it's hard to keep up with everything. So if you have a question on where to find a button on your Pentax K1000, I might not know that. But so I do recommend, though, if you guys do have a good camera, do read the manual. There are a lot of good instructions in there and tutorials as well that are very helpful. Just a heads up, I edit hard. You can see my images over there. I do draw out a lot of detail, a lot of saturation. The way I shoot is I like to think, if I was painting this, how would I like to present it? And that's what I go with. So that's a quick warning on that. So here's what I do know. Well, I don't know who I am. Do any of you guys actually know me? Have I seen a few of you before? Yeah, one hand goes up. That's good. Good to be amongst a few friends anyway. So you're probably confused by my Brooklyn accent. It's a little strong, so it might throw some of you. But I'm originally from England. My background is design engineering. I gave a talk the other day to a photography club, and about half of the people there doing photography were actually engineers. So it seems to be a mindset to that. So I came to Chicago in 2001 working for Fiat Auto. I was designing combine harvesters, and then to go from AutoCAD across to Photoshop was kind of a natural progression. And that was around the time where digital photography was starting to come in. 2003, I quit my job and I went to study at the College DuPage Photography. A lot of you should be familiar with the Next Lab forecasting model system. I also, of course, went storm chasing with them, so that's how I knew about the photography classes they offered there. 2006, I set up my first art shows and been doing them ever since. Saw the El Reno and Hallam, Nebraska tornadoes, which is probably not much bragging amongst you guys here. So, I'm a judge for the Weather Channel's annual photo contest, and I was also the judge for the contest here today, so I can add that to my resume as well now. Last year, PDN, Photo District News, did an article on me, What's Your Niche? And I've had images used by Adidas, Red Bull, Sky and Telescope. Everyone had the caffeine addict. There's a goat waiting for you back there.
Okay,
So.
well, a bit of a goat.
And I've also just had my first book published, so I'm now an author, which is kind of cool. So here's some of my images. This was Norton, Kansas. There's actually a second little tornado trying to drop there. So that was my first really photogenic tornado. This one was Stockton, Kansas. This was 2012, which was a really tough storm chase year, so I went out with the philosophy of just trying to find anything with clouds as a backdrop. So disorganized multi-cell storm there with crops in the foreground. Again, same year, out in Kansas by Oakley and Colby, that sort of area. Northern Lights in Iceland. If you haven't seen the Northern Lights, please go. The rush that I get watching a tornado is the same that I got watching these. It is awesome to see. Totality from last year. And I love lenticular clouds. This was near Grand Lake, which is just the other side of the Front Range here, not too far away. And again, looking across Rocky Mountain National Park with the lenticulars up there at sunset. Another one from Iceland, doing a time lapse of this old shipwreck. I love anything that's old, like old barns, because they really have a story to tell, which really adds to the image, gives it a little more depth. Anyone struggling with this? Okay, I figured you'll be good. Here's one of my favorite setups, of course, getting a low in the Texas and the Oklahoma panhandles draws that moisture up into the Denver convergence zone, which you've been hearing about from Dr. Greg Forbes already, between the Palmer Divide and the Cheyenne Ridge. I'm actually now based up in Fort Collins, just a little north up there. And here are some of the tornadoes in Colorado. It's not a prime target for many chasers, but I think it's one of the best. There's quite a few focal areas near Denver Airport and Rogers House, around Lyman, and there's also a little focus up near Greeley in this area here. I've also noticed that a lot of these reports seem to be along where the main roads are. It's kind of rural in between, and I'm wondering, along with what Dr. Greg Forbes was saying about reporting and people not seeing them or knowing about them in those rural areas. So I'm sure there's some that are missing from that. So my strategy is to find the best road junction to position myself. My forecasting skills are okay, but most of you guys are probably a lot better than me. So I position for accessibility. I look at the HER model and see where storms might possibly break out, looking for the isolated storms, those with helicity or good shear to get that round structure. And one of my key things is I love chasing theta E excesses as they especially roll up into Colorado here. You only need the 45 Fahrenheit dew points up here to produce good storms. Here's a little tip. When I'm out and I see a really cool barn or an old piece of farm equipment that would make a good foreground, I mark it on Google Maps. So if I'm ever chasing again in that area, I can always come back to it. They've actually started labeling them now. Before I just show up and think, what the hell was that, and see what it is when I get there. Now I can actually make a note. Gas up when you can. I know a lot of people who have less storms to go and gas up and missed opportunities. Be prepared to sleep in your car if you're chasing lightning into the middle of the night in the middle of North Dakota or whatever. There's not going to be a hotel too near you. Here's some of my equipment. Got a few different bags. The Tamarack bag is heavily padded, which is good for in-car storage and so forth, but my favorite pack is the Mindshift 180. It has this little fanny pack that actually rotates around, so if you're hiking and you see a moose, you can get your camera really quickly, so it's good access. Tripods, cameras, filters, all sorts there. So, any guesses what my most important piece of equipment is? Tripod? Oh, no. It's the car. Got to be able to get there and get away safely. If you can't get to the storm, you can't get the shot. So, being in engineering, I'm really into making lists of everything. So this is what I came up for looking for a car. Reliability, yeah, Subaru Forester's reliable car. Visibility, I got a moonroof, so I'm not going to be hellcore punching anytime soon, but it really helps to see what's rotating above you. Fuel range, as I said, I can go 350 to 400 miles in this without having to gas up, so that really does help. And off-road capabilities. Here's something you might not have thought of. A hatchback acts as a good shield. You can turn your car into the wind, sit inside, you've got your Faraday cage around you, so you're safe in there and you can shoot without the wind blowing on your camera. You can shoot outside in lightning, then you might have to call Dr. Jason Persoff, and nobody wants that. So, what's my least favorite piece of equipment? Any guesses on that? It's the tripod. Yeah. It is very necessary, especially for doing nighttime shooting and so forth, but you lose a lot of creativity. The tendency is to set up your tripod at eye height and just shoot, so you don't get different angles or compositions. You're a little less flexible moving around carrying that. Also with a tripod, if you've got a tornado bearing down on you and you jump out of that car and you've got to unlock one, extend, unlock another, extend, and you're doing this while the storm's bearing down on you, it's not the best. So instead of the tripod, I found this. Oh wait, this is shot for us. This is me. This is some idiot taking a photo of storms exactly with that tripod at that level. So instead of the tripod, I found this. Any guesses what this might be? I'll give you a clue. It's not Karen Hill forecasting. That would look like this. So instead of a tripod, I found this. Any guesses what this is? It's a happy medium. Oh, come on now. And that happy medium is a monopod. What's cool about this is it self-extends with this trigger, and you've got a foot brace on the bottom. So you jump out your car, you put your camera on, you lift it, and you're extended, and you're ready to shoot. Now, it doesn't replace a tripod, but in those low light situations, it speeds things up and really helps. So this is a very valuable bit of equipment for me. So let's play a game. Have you guys seen America's Favorite Videos, where it's head, stomach, or groin? I'm going to play tripod, monopod, or handheld. Any guesses on this one? Tripod. Zoomed in, sunset, low light. This guy. Handheld to get that low angle. This one here. This one was a storm in eastern Colorado. This should have been monopod, but it was raining really hard, so I snuck my camera under my coat, got the shot, ran back to the car, and got out of there. This one, monopod. It was light enough that I didn't need the tripod. This one, yes, tripod, because I didn't want to mess up this one at all. And the tornado was on the ground for long enough that I was able to set it up. This one here, low angle, handheld. Last but not least, this one with the lightning in it, monopod. I actually did high shutter speed to get that. The lightning was so infrequent that it was going to be tough to do with the tripod, so I just kept shooting on high speed. But I'll talk a little bit about lightning in a minute. So, handheld rule of thumb. This is what you need to consider when you're shooting. It's the easy guide. So if you're shooting with a 100mm lens, if you keep your shutter speed at 1/100th of a second, you should be able to get that sharp. Now I use a fairly high resolution camera, so I actually half that time. So I would shoot, if I was doing 100mm, I'd shoot at 1/200th of a second, just to cover the base on that. But that's an easy thumb of rule to try and remember. Here are my lenses that I use. I have everything from 11mm through to 400. And then for the solar eclipse last year, I bought a 2x teleconverter, which gives me all the way up to 800. If you're on a budget, I know there's a talk tomorrow on chasing on a shoestring. This is the lens to go with. This is only 332mm. It's $332, sorry. It's a 14mm f2 Rokinon lens. Also goes under the name Samyang, I believe. It takes very sharp images. It's great for night photography as well. So that's the one I'd recommend of all of them. It's 1/10 of the price of the lens next to it. So. Go wide is one of my biggest tips. I love to shoot skies because there's so many different emotional qualities you get from skies. So the more sky I have, the better. So you get the drama of the tornadoes, the intensity of the lightning, serenity of a sunset, or even the night skies. So I like to capture as much sky as I possibly can. Also, because you're going so wide, any cloud that's moving across your frame is only moving across a smaller section, so you're not going to see that blurred motion quite so much on a wide shot. It's better for low light, because you can do that slower handheld shutter speed. So 14mm, I can shoot at 1/14 of a second if that was available. But so it's a lot easier to handhold and shoot. You also get a deeper depth of field with a wide angle lens compared to a teleconverter, so you're getting everything in focus from foreground to the far distant horizon. I'll go into a little detail here. This is where we're getting technical. This is an app called Depth of Field Calculator. You put in the focal length of the lens that you're using and the aperture that you plan to use. So this is a 50mm lens with an f-stop of 8, f8. It will give you the hyperfocal length. This is the focal distance that allows you to focus everything to infinity and the nearest close subject. So when I focus at that, on this I get 17 feet through to infinity with that lens. So anything that's 17 feet in front of me will be in focus all the way to the far distance. So here's a comparison of the different apertures and what the nearest focal point is with that same 50mm lens. So if I close all the way down and let a lot less light through at f16, I can get 8.5 in the foreground, but if I open up wide, I can't get anything in focus until I'm at 69 feet. So that's pretty far away, so that's not ideal. So here goes for the numbers. These are all of my main lenses, and I keep this as a print off, one in my vehicle, one in my wallet, that I can refer to while I'm out there chasing. If I'm shooting 11mm at f4, everything that's 1.7 feet in front of me through to infinity will be in focus. That means the ground is in focus in front of me at that wide of a length. To get the equivalent of that, on the 14mm, I lose 1 stop of light. And then on the 24mm, I lose, 1, 2, 3 more stops of light to get that same effect. So going wide will give you that good focal depth throughout the scene. Everyone following me just about? Okay, well that was the hard stuff. So here's my choice of camera. I used to be with Canon, and all of my glass is still Canon. But Sony used to make a lot of the sensors for Nikon cameras, which are notorious for great low noise at high ISO sensitivity of the camera. So that's one of the things that convinced me to go over. 42 megapixels is nice to have. It's not something you definitely need. If you're shooting lightning and you're doing really wide, you can easily crop down. That's one benefit from it. It has a good dynamic range, so if my exposure is off, I can draw it back in or move it back out. It's a mirrorless system, so there's no shutter in there, which can often jam up. So when you look through the viewfinder, you're actually seeing a video screen of exactly what you're shooting. Same on the actual screen, you see the exact live shot that you're getting, so it's really good for composition on that. Low noise at high ISO, and that flexible screen, you saw me getting down low for that tractor shot. This is the camera that I used for that sort of thing. Disadvantages, the Sony menus aren't very well organized. It takes a little bit to get used to that, and the battery lives are a little short. So if you're doing a lot of exposures, like for a meteor shower or something, you have to change the batteries a little more often, or use an external battery. Or just buy a ton of batteries and go out chasing and swap them out when you need them. So some of the cool features, this has an auto ISO setting. So I shoot aperture priority. I generally set my camera, say if I'm using the wide angle, the f4, and I can tell my camera to automatically select ISO and what range. I set mine between 100 and 1600 so I don't get too noisy, and it will then choose which ISO and which shutter speed to use. Now, I believe that the settings for standard are probably that 1/4 focal length of the lens. Since I've got a high resolution camera, I set it for the fastest setting, so it's going to bump up that ISO to give me a faster shutter speed. Of course, I always check that before I take the shot, so I know if I need to use the monopod or the tripod. It has a focus magnifier, so if I'm shooting at night, I can look at the screen and I can focus in on the star and get that precisely sharp. Custom buttons make it easy to access what you need. In-camera stabilization in case your lenses don't have stabilization. It's very easy to set up bracketing. When we're shooting tornadoes and we're looking west and we've got the sun setting behind a dark, ominous storm, we get blown out highlights and dark foreground. So bracketing really helps to capture all of that to bring them all in. It has a live view display feature, so it shows you how the image is going to look. So if I'm putting a neutral density filter on which really darkens it, if I was doing my Canon, I'd have to set it all up, screw on that filter, and then calculate the settings to get the right exposure. This, I can put that filter on straight away, and it will still show me on the screen what the shot looks like, so I can compose and focus in on it too. Manual focus peaking level guide just rolls off the tongue. It shows you when you're focusing, if you're in manual mode, it will highlight the edge of whatever sharp objects are in there to show you that it's actually sharp. Good for aiding photographers, like doctors and... Camera buying guide. Here are the things I look at when I'm buying a camera. RAW format is essential. JPEG is not a photo format. It is a compression file for sending stuff via the internet. If you shoot JPEG, you have limited data to adjust afterwards, especially if you're overexposed. You'll blow out the highlights and you've lost all the detail. Good glass, being able to zoom, because of course storms are moving pretty quick. Dynamic range, so you can adjust afterwards. Already talked about noise and ISO. Quick focus is helpful, of course, because I'm using adapter on the Sony for my Canon lenses. It's a little slower, but it helps if you can get that right. Bracketing, enough megapixels for you. I mean, you've got to ask yourself, how big are you going to print the image finally? If you're just using for the internet, you really don't need a lot anyway. So, smaller is better on the camera. The problems of trying to pull out a big lens and a big camera, you just think, oh, I'm going to use my iPhone. It's a lot easier. Weather and dust sealing can be helpful as to while we're out chasing. Things to consider. Digital level, it's when you look at this, it shows on the screen when the horizon is level, so you make sure you're squaring up, especially on a tripod. Image stabilization and histogram, which I'll tell you in a little bit. A little more about that. DP Review is a very good website to go to review cameras. They did a comparison between my Sony and one of the other Canons, and it showed how much difference there was in noise and sharpness, and that really helped sell me on the Sonys. The megapixel myth, as I say, megapixels are not the be-all and end-all. This was my first digital camera, 5 megapixels. This was actually my first ever solo storm chase in Illinois here. And this image was my best seller for 10 years. It printed at 24 by 36, which was enough. Not huge, but enough at that time. Then my next camera, oops, went one too far. Oh, we missed one. Oh, it's in the wrong order. This was my next camera. This is a 21 megapixel camera. That's a 10-foot piece that I printed with the image from that. So let's go back to this one. The future of cameras. This is actually on the market right now. It's a very cool concept. I haven't looked at reviews. Oh, you've got one? Is it good? Okay, I want to check that out. So I haven't looked at reviews, but it's got multiple cameras with multiple lenses on the one camera with different focal lengths that you can take the image and then you can choose afterwards what you want to keep in focus and what you want to blur out. So you can adjust your focal point, and it stacks those images with an algorithm, and it says that the image is up to 52 megapixels. So this is the same size as your iPhone, so it will fit in your back pocket. It's just a little chunkier. So it kind of looks like a spider mated with your iPhone, and this is the end result. But I do think smaller is going to come in a lot more in the future because it's just so much more convenient. Okay, the holy trinity of exposure. So this is back to the basics. Aperture is how much light you let into the camera, and it will affect the depth of field, how much is in focus, as we discussed with those charts earlier. Wide open at f1.4, the background's blurred out, all the way to 32, it's nice and sharp. Of course, if you're going wide angle at f4, you can get that 1.7 feet to infinity. Shutter speed, of course, if you're trying to get a tornado shot, you want to get that fast shutter speed so you get the frozen motion effect. If you're wanting to do a blurred motion effect, you can set up on a tripod, use ND filters, do it after dark, and here you get the blurred motion. This ocean here is completely flat now because of all the waves breaking. You don't see any of that, it's just one flat capture, so it looks like glass on the water. ISO, the sensitivity of the camera with noise. When you go into the detail, you can see how much noise you're going to get in an image. Software is pretty good at removing most of this, but the less noise, the less you have to edit afterwards. If you do a lot of denoisification, I'm not sure what the exact word is, but if you do reduce noise in software, you're going to lose sharpness on the image to a certain degree. So here's equivalent apertures and exposures to get the same settings. So if you go up one aperture, you've got to, well, if you open up one stop, you've got to double your time to equate for that. Your camera will figure that out for you if you use aperture mode. So my basics are I shoot in aperture priority, and when I'm out with storms, I like to shoot a minimum of 1/100th of a second. Depends what it is. Sometimes I want to go quicker than that, but that's a good stop to try and freeze motion storms. Dust. Dust is a pain when we're out storm chasing. If you're changing lenses, you always get dust on the sensor. If you can afford it, get 2 cameras, 2 lenses, and never change. That solves the issue right there. If not, there's alternatives too. Change the lens carefully. Make sure you turn off the camera first, because you have a static charge on the sensor and it will suck in some dust and that will get on your sensor. Get out of the wind, change lenses in your car. With that fanny pack that I showed you, I'd sometimes lean over and crouch over, so I'm trying to create a barrier between me and the lenses. And keep your camera face down. If you have it face up, dust is going to fall in there, or debris, or cows, or whatever's flying. And as I said, wider is a good thing to do. Well, on the aperture, if you're shooting at f4, anything that is on the sensor will blur out more than it will if you're shooting at f22. F22, you'll see that dog hair sitting there. So bracket away, make sure you get all of the range in for those hard backlit subjects. Leave a tripod mount on your camera at all times so it's ready to drop into a tripod or a monopod. I have Manfrotto, so it's the same fixture between my tripods and my monopod, which really helps. Go back and review what you did last year. Don't be ashamed of your failures. Learn from them so you don't do them again. And clear sky bust. I'm sure a lot of you guys have gone up to the Dakotas to chase. It's July. You've got a lot of moisture flowing up there. You've got 500 cape. You've got a lot of shear. If it goes, it's going to go amazingly. But it's capped and it doesn't go. Fear not, there's nighttime shooting that you can still do. So this obviously isn't South Dakota. This is actually up in Rocky Mountains, but it's good to capture the Milky Way up there too. This is using a flashlight to fill in the foreground, painting by light. So this is my standard settings for shooting the Milky Way. You have to bump up the ISO really high to 6400, so you're going to get some noise in there. Another reason that having high megapixels is good because you don't see it quite so much in a high resolution image. If you're shooting wide, you're going to get more sky in there, and if you stick to 30 seconds at a wide aperture, at a wide lens, focal length, you're not going to see so much motion of the stars rotating through the image. If you zoom in and you do 30 seconds, you're going to see the stars streaking. Don't trust your screen. Especially if you're shooting nighttime or shooting lightning, you get used to seeing in the dark and you look at the screen and everything looks hunky-dory, you get home and it's really underexposed. So this is an example of histograms. These are actually edited images as opposed to in-camera. So if you get a nice curve where everything's based in the center, you're getting a good tonal range in there. If I'm overexposed like this one by one stop, everything's to the right. If I'm underexposed, everything's to the left. Of course, if you're shooting what's called a high key image where it's a lot of white, like shooting a snow scene, you want to see everything to the right anyway. But it's also good if you can overexpose a little bit, to overexpose and then draw it back, because then you're going to get less noise than if you're underexposed and you draw it up. With dynamic range of cameras these days, if you are overexposed, it's not so much of a problem. You can bring it back in unless you're shooting JPEG. How to shoot lightning. So this is my setup. This was South Dakota, actually. And that's the shot that I got. You've actually got the sun setting down here, and the orange color of the sun is hitting the range shaft, really bringing that out. There are a few different ways to do lightning. Aperture is more important than speed of what you're shooting. The aperture is to do with the intensity of the lightning bolt, or if you're doing flash photography, how strong that flash is. So you've got to balance that to get that right with the right f-stop. I usually start at around f5.6 at ISO 100. During daytime, it's tough. You can use the lightning triggers, which I think some are back there, but you still need a fairly slow shutter speed to be able to use that. And what's tough about daytime photography is the backlight, everything around is still lit. So you've got a really bright scene, which kind of hides away the lightning, so it's not as apparent and obvious, which is why I like shooting after dark. Like you can see the big one over there, that's just after dusk. So with dusk, you use a tripod and an intervalometer, which just keeps repeating the shot. Watch where the storm is, make sure you're safe, and keep repeating it. And when you do get a bolt, check the sensor, check it sharp, zoom in, make sure you're not overexposed. This is where having a high number of megapixels comes in helpful. If you're shooting wide and the lightning's all over, you can crop in. So as I said, my standard settings, f5.6 ISO 100 for that. You can also get a rain cover. This one is just $35. It has elastic on the front and the back that you can tie tighter, so it actually fits around the lens nicely. And on the bottom, there's a Velcro section so you can get it over your tripod too. If you don't want to spend $35 and you check into your hotel, you're in luck if you find this in your shower. Because these shower caps are free and they can make a cheap alternative. I know what you were thinking, Jason. You were thinking that would make a nice nightcap. And they do. They fit really well. So here's some examples of what I was shooting. So as I say, the aperture is the key that you've got to get first. Then you figure out what time you want to shoot. Now, if you're shooting a storm that's moving fast and it's got a lot of detail, you want to go slower. This is 30 seconds because it's really wide and the storm wasn't moving too fast, but you do see that blurred motion slightly of the clouds. You can probably see it a little better in the piece over there. But then this one, however, this was northern Colorado. I've gone for 12 seconds and I've increased the ISO to get the most of that light because there's so much good structure and there's good texture in the bottom of the clouds under there. So I had to cut that one back. You can take multiple images, you can stack them. I haven't actually done that yet, but there's nothing wrong with doing that. The less work, the better for post-editing, in my opinion. So this one's another one where it's 30 seconds for a storm in Sterling, Colorado at ISO 320. One from Chicago, up on a rooftop. Fortunately, they had a little gym out there, so I was able to duck in when the lightning rods actually fizzed above me. So this one was 17 millimeters of 6.3, 16 seconds, ISO 100. The problem here was trying to balance the light because you've got all the city lights. So once you get the aperture that you think, depending how close you are, and experiment and review and get that right, you then figure out the time for the buildings so that the building lights don't overexpose. Easy, right? Trial and error. Fair weather. In fair weather, there's fun to photograph stuff, and filters come in handy. Polarized filters will really darken blue skies and help with rainbows. It also helps with reflections off rocks and waterfalls and things like that. Neutral density filters are good fun for doing time lapse to do those longer exposures. Here's one from Iceland, doing 20 seconds during daylight. So not only blurs the motion of the clouds in the background, but the waves that are breaking as well. An even longer exposure, 2 minutes on this one from England, totally flattens out the water and you get that streaky motion of the clouds in the background. Rules of photography. It's like Fight Club. There are no rules to photography. They're only guidelines. Do what you like. Get your own artistic vision, see what you like, see what works for you. The only thing that I suggest is you disclose whatever it is that you're doing. So if you're stacking images, say you're stacking images. If you're doing HDR, say you're doing HDR. So, rule of thirds. The rule of Fight Club is there are no rules. This is the guide of thirds. If you put something at a third, the cross section of the hairs of a third, it makes for a more interesting image than putting stuff in the center. That's what they say, but I like the sky. So this one's fairly centered, but the horizon's at a third again. So if you can incorporate it, it's a good thing to do, but it's not necessary. So this one's very simple with that thin sliver of ground. What I love about doing this is it's all about the sky, and it gives you the feeling of how big the universe is relative to you and the ground. So it makes you feel small, but it also makes your worries and problems feel insignificant. So that's why I shoot this way. Again, more sky than ground. I centered it. What the hell? I like it. Screw you. It's my vision, my choice. Leading lines draws the eyes off into the horizon, guides your eye into an image, so it takes you off into that storm. This one I call the journey of life, all the troubles we have in life. Same again, railway tracks work really well. This one was Hays, Kansas. And again, just using the crop lines in the curve of the field, draw your eye into where that tornado is. This was Aurora, Nebraska, 2009. Changing light. So you've already seen this image, but I sacrificed the storm that had a tornado warning on it because I thought this was such a great subject. As I say, anything old and aging has a story to it, has a history. So I stayed there and just watched the changing light and got multiple different shots with different angles, and you probably wouldn't. I do a show and I have 5 of these in my booth, and people don't even realize it's the same barn and same windmill. Here, that windmill actually looks really tall because I'm down so low. So here, you're closer to sunset, so that sun is hitting the top of the clouds and the bottom's in shade. Again, different composition, just trying out different things, ignoring the windmill. Then after dusk, tripod, slightly longer exposures, getting the lightning and the structure of the storm. And then after dark, painting by light to fill in the barn and the windmill during 30-second exposure. During that exposure, I got a shooting star in the top. And you can also see that the vanes of the windmill slightly rotated just a little bit on that. So this is interesting to know. If you ever submit to National Geographic, I mean, they're kind of the guideline to photography at the moment, it says this about composite or high dynamic range images. These shots are allowed only if combined parts are made at the same time, so stacking lightning's fine. Don't submit final images where the foreground was shot at noon and the sky at sunset. So, if your photo is an HDR image, please indicate this in the caption, disclosure. So there you have it. You can take multiple shots. There's also focus stacking, where you focus on the foreground, the background, and then you stitch those together. They're all taken at the same time, so then you can get that good depth of field, which is helpful if you're using telephoto. Of course, the moment may have passed if that tornado is moving pretty quick. Editing 101, calibrate your monitor. Now, laptops aren't very accurate. So what I do when I'm in the field, I do have it calibrated for the colors, but the exposure seems to be always off a little bit. So what I do is when I edit on my laptop, I'll send it to my iPhone and look at it on the iPhone. Tablets and smartphones tend to be very well calibrated, so it's a good reference to look at those to make sure, before I post it, that it's looking good. Editing ethics and manipulation. There's a lot of bad terms going around out there, criticisms, and everyone's on social media and everyone's a judge and a critic of photography these days. The first thing you actually do when you take a photo is you crop. So you're telling the viewer, you're looking at this. You're not going to be looking at the pig farm over here, you're looking at the tornado that's over there. So that's the first manipulation you actually make. Post-editing filters and effects, some people like to go for the painterly look and use some of those fun oil, paint, and watercolor filters. That's fine. Kind of moves away from photography to digital art at that point, so you need to disclose that that's what you're doing. Of course, people probably see that. HDR, high dynamic range. I'll talk about that a little more in a second, but also there's black and white versus color. Black and white, you seem to be able to get away with manipulating the image much more. You can turn any shade and any tone to any darkness or lightness in the image. Color, you go slightly away, and it looks weird. But I like color because storms have so many vibrant colors, those nice blues, those greens from the potentially hail, sunset colors. I think the color for me speaks a lot more. Again, disclosure. Just tell people what you're doing. So, anyone heard of Ansel Adams? Probably considered the master of photography. He was the first heavy editor out there. This is his negative on the left and his final image on the right. All of these clouds that are in this image, he's burnt in so it's so dark you can't even see them. What looks slightly overexposed in the lenticulars, he's drawn out and got the detail. And then, of course, brought out the buildings in the foreground. So here's the original hard editor. PS is not an F word. The difference between Photoshop and Photoshop. How many people have seen this one? Right? Obviously, a Photoshop. The story here is, I'm usually at art fairs, and there's some teenager who thinks he knows everything, he walks past, oh, that's photoshopped. To which I say, I don't actually use Photoshop. But if he's implying that it's edited, I'm like, great, because editing's a good thing. Have you ever watched a movie that's not edited? Don't think so. But if he means Photoshop, he means manipulation, and that's just a dirty word to me. That's why it's an F word. So here's some of those horrible terms. Photoshop, manipulated, enhanced. Some of the HDR images are considered cooked. They look overbaked and really harsh-edged. Something other people will say is, oh, that's a great photo. You must have a great camera. And I say, do you go to a concert recital and say to the pianist, you must have a great piano? Camera's not the crucial thing. People use iPhones. There are a lot of galleries that are doing exhibits specifically on iPhones and smart cameras these days. Now, there's a really nasty kind of editing technique. This one here, it's an evolution of the Ray Colorado tornado. Just put in sequence here. Any guesses what you're calling this one? This is called doctoring the image. It's Jason Persoff's. He's too lazy to decide on one good image, so he says, I'll screw it up, put them all together, and that's it. Done. Revenge is sweet.
Yeah.
So, HDR got that cooked name from some of the old software, like Photomatix. It gives a very harsh edge. It's kind of cool, but sometimes you'll go way too far with it. So 3 bracketed images. If you look at the top, that's the normal exposure. Overexposed, but it's bringing the detail back in the foreground, which is pretty dark here. Underexposed, bringing the overexposed horizon back in and then combining them. You can actually do HDR in Lightroom now, and it gives a much more natural look. So high dynamic range is the ability to stretch the image in and out to get the tonal range. It doesn't mean you have to go harsh on it. Pano stitching, you can also do panoramics in Lightroom, so multiple images. This is actually an August storm in Colorado. You can actually see sunflowers growing in here, and then you just put it together and it does a great job. There you go. Editing with the Lightroom. Why I like Lightroom over Photoshop? Photoshop is geared to so many different areas. It's geared towards magazines, architecture. It's very, very deep and a lot of stuff going on in there. It's more complicated than you need. Lightroom is very simple. It's geared to photography and it's non-destructive. It's a bunch of sliders. You move them up and down. If you don't like it, you hit reset and you're back to the beginning. So it doesn't actually affect the file at all. Photoshop, you have to import the file and then do editing. Of course, you can do layers and so forth and stack it, but why do that when you can move a slider? It updates to all of Adobe's latest and greatest features, and it's great for archiving and selecting and searching images, as well as rating them and looking through them. So I'm just going to run through a quick edit of some of my images here. This is basically the main, it's called the grid view. So on the left, you've got here your navigation tools. These are your hard drives, and I categorize mine in between storms and Colorado per year. Then you can do collections. I do an automatic collection for each year, so if I go through and make sure there's nothing I've forgotten to edit, you can find them in there. Then you can rate these. All the ones that are purple are in my Stormscape gallery on my website, so that's why they're purple, and I can rate them with a score. I can name them, I can label them, so it's easy to search. So if I want a purple sky and tornado, I could search those and see if it finds anything. It also has this map feature, so if you have GPS capability with your camera, Canons have this now built in, which is very useful. It'll show you where all your photos are, and when you zoom in, you can click on one, it breaks out the numbers more locally, and then you can zoom in. Clicking shows you one of the images that you took from that location. So this is that barn that I was talking about where I took so many shots. I took 272 shots in that one location that night. So this was, I think it was May 8th in Key, New Mexico last year. So I'm going to run through how I edit. On the right, you have the navigation of the big screen, presets, which I have some standard presets for landscapes versus clouds versus nighttime shots as well. And then you have your whole history that you can always go back in, delete, and restart. A raw image has no editing done to it. So it looks very, very flat when you first bring it in. A JPEG already has contrast, saturation, and sharpening applied. So if somebody's comparing this to the final image and saying how much editing you've done, it's like, it's a raw image. So I apply one of my from For example, here I've lightened up the shadows on the slider. Just, as I say, they're just sliders with different categories for exposure, contrast, saturation, and so forth. So I've lightened up both the shadows and the blacks to draw out some of the detail that were in the shadows there. Clarity sharpens mid-tone detail. So this is great for clouds, for drawing out detail and really crisping up those edges. Problem is you have to be careful with the horizon line. It can give a little bit of a halo. So I have a brush that I go in that's called my declarification brush, and just reduce that a little bit so it's not so harsh on the horizon. Saturation adjusts all color. So anything that's already strong in color, it gets really blocky and over saturation. So I use vibrance more than saturation. Then I use some of these localized editing tools up here. This is similar to a graduated filter. So everything to the top, above this line, is edited. That's 100%, 50%, and 0. So I'm adding in a little more darkness and reducing the highlights so they're not as overblown in that one. Then I go in and do the ground, lighten it up a bit, just reducing the contrast really brings up the lightness of the foreground. What did I do there? Oh, even more on the foreground, just softening it up a little bit. You don't want grass that looks really harsh and hard, so keep that soft. So there's where I'm at so far. This is all what's considered global editing, just basic editing to get from the initial image to there. Then I go into a little more detail. I'll use a couple of brushes to reduce some of the highlights. You can see the light on the clouds there being brought back in. Then I'm adjusting because this is wide angle, everything's leaning in. So I've adjusted the perspective a little bit so it's a little more correct. Now people are like, that's manipulation. Well, if you use the original 4x6 large format cameras, you have a tilt shift which does exactly the same thing as this. Then I crop it back in. I leave that little bit of corner, and I'll tell you about that later because I don't want to lose too much of the image. I like the leading lines of the storm that are subtly coming in and drawing your eye into the very wall cloud on the far background, including the road that draws your eye off to the horizon there. Darkening that horizon, making it blend in a little bit. The vignetting filter, adding a little darkening around. If you see those old portrait tintypes where they lighten everything up, it really draws the eye. That's a little too much, but it really keeps your eye focused in the center of the image. Your eye goes towards highlights, so if you have highlights on the edge, your eye will be distracted to the edge as opposed to the center and the main subject. So that's a useful tool to use. A few more filters. Then I go into the detail. So you've got a little bit of noise in there. You can actually see a dust speck in there, but I'm leaving that for now. This is where I do the sharpening, but you have a mask, so you can choose to sharpen just the edges. You do not want to sharpen your noise. That's a bad mistake to make. So I edit the noise and the saturation, and then go back to the main image. That's what's being sharpened using that masking filter. So everything in white is what's being sharpened. The horizon there was a little bit bright, a little bit overexposed. So I use what's called an adjustment brush, just highlight that horizon, draw that down a little bit. By this time, I'm fried staring at my monitor, so I take a break. And there'll be times that I go away and I come back and I look at the computer and I think, what the hell was I thinking? It's oversaturated, oversharpened. So then I reassess where I'm at and where I'm going with the image. Sponsored by Nestle. So back to the image. I don't see enough detail in the wall cloud and the mezzo there, so I increase a little bit more of the contrast in that area just to draw out that detail a little more. Then I noticed the horizon wasn't quite straight, so I straightened that up. Oh, and by the way, there's a reset button down here, so if you're not liking what you're doing, you can go back to the beginning. And in the main editing area, there's actually an automatic button, which is always fun to see if it can do a better automatic than what you've got, and sometimes it puts you back into a different way, different direction to go. So I've still got that little bit in the corner there. So let's see, where am I going here? Spot removal. Getting all those dust specks off that I was talking about earlier. This really slows down Lightroom, so this is the last thing you want to do. If you have a lot, you might want to take this into Photoshop and do any removal there, just of specks. It's not very good in Lightroom for removing things like power lines and larger objects like that. That you do want to use Photoshop for. but for just dust specks and so forth, it's great. So then I go into Photoshop, and if you look at that bottom corner, there's something called a healing brush using content awareness. It will fill it with what it thinks is natural for that area. So for this, where there's not a lot of detail and just those rails, I'm happy to do that. It's something that I try and avoid, but if I really don't want to upset the composition of the image, I will go ahead and do that. So there's my final image, all cropped and done from what looked very flat at the beginning. So just some key points. Know your equipment. I forget after each winter everything that's set up with my camera, so I actually have notes that I look at each year. Wider is better for a number of reasons, dust specks, depth of field, less motion through the camera. There are no rules to photography. Do what you like. Don't care what people are saying on social media. It's your vision. Just go for it. Just tell people what you're doing. Learn from others, but follow your own vision. I was at a Dali exhibit the other day, and one of his quotes was, a great artist doesn't look for inspiration. He looks to inspire, others, which I thought was very cool to say. Keep learning. I use Kelby One and Creative Live. Creative Live will stream tutorials that are free if you capture them at the time. If you miss it, you're paying buku bucks to watch it later. Kelby One, if you get it around Christmas, it's about 149 bucks for the entire year. Lots of tutorials on how to use specific cameras, how to use drones, how to clean your camera, and using Lightroom and Photoshop. So that's really, really worth investing in. So that's my talk. Keep calm and chase on. All right, don't forget I disclosed at the beginning that I don't know everything. I do know some things. But yeah, if you have any questions, fire away. Yes?
How long would you say on average do you spend editing one photo?
Too long. I'm still editing 2016 Storm Chase. It depends, because you've got to go through and you've got to decide which are the good images, which are the bad ones. And I miss so many, and then I have to go back. But for one image, what I'll do is I'll go through the whole gallery and do one preset, adjust where the gradual filters are, and then you can go through all the images and set it to sync metadata. So they all then have that appearance, then I choose which one to go into. Some images, I mean, I don't know if you saw the one with the windmill and the clouds, because the windmill was so dark in comparison, I probably spent 6 hours editing that one. A regular image, I would probably spend 30 minutes on some of them. So it depends what's in there. But, yes? What light balance? White balance. I don't. I let the camera choose. If you tell it to use a particular cloud setting or whatever, it will set it to that. Lightroom, slider, adjust it till you get it right.
For a beginning photographer who's never taken pictures of chasing storms, what camera would you recommend for them to start out with?
Tough call. As I said with my guide, there's so many things to look at. Make sure you're getting raw, know how many megapixels you want. Go to your local photography store and speak to someone who knows about cameras, because it's changing so much, I can't keep up with it. I often recommend the Canon Rebel as a good starting point. You get the camera and it comes with an 18-55. Be careful the edges aren't very sharp on that. The next investment would be a lens. But as I showed you that other one, the Light L16, that might be a fun one to try. But and I think there's a 90-day return policy or something with that camera. There's something, a certain period that you can try it out anyway. So, but yeah. Oh yeah? Cool. Over the back, yeah. Well, yeah.
How many stops do you go over?
When I'm bracketing, it depends. When I was shooting totality, I did 9 stops at ±3, and I had to hit the shutter twice to get the full range of the Corona. So it depends what you're shooting. Usually I do 3 brackets, and I'll do ±2 or 3. 3 seems to be a little much because the camera dynamic range is so good already that I only need a couple of extra stops just to be safe. Is there another one over there? Yes, Jesse.
I enjoy the aspects and the creativity of nighttime photography.
Yeah.
I also have a fancy for lighting since the 80s.
Yep.
And my greatest challenge so far, it seems, is getting the focus deep into the picture, the depth of field.
Right.
Getting that focus, especially in a dark environment. I was hoping you could share with us some tips you know how to get that a little bit better, because autofocus obviously doesn't.
Right, yeah, you've got nothing to focus on. Be careful with lenses because they'll have an infinity mark, but setting it to infinity generally is not infinity. It's usually just below that. So know your lens and practice before. The other way to do it, take a shot, look at the image, zoom in and see if it's sharp. As I said with the Sony, I could zoom in on a star and sharpen that till I got infinity sharp. So again, if you're using an aperture that's a little more closed down, and then up your ISO, then you're going to get better depth of field as well. So instead of, say if I'm shooting at f4 at ISO 100, but I've got great detail in the foreground, I may stop it down to stop it down to f5.6, and then up the ISO to ISO 200, and then get at f8, ISO 400. So you get more depth of field that way.
With the interchanging of lighting and depths, to be able to get that clear, it's a lovely challenge.
Yeah. As I say, review what worked last year and what didn't, figure out what you did wrong, know your lenses, know your camera. All good? All righty. Oh, one more, yes.
How hard was the learning curve going from a Canon to the Sony?
The Sony menu was very difficult. I was late to the Ray Tornado because the Metabones adapter that I used kept shutting down on my lens. I was using the 16 to 35, and for some reason, it worked perfectly in daylight, but as soon as you go under a cloud, the camera just jammed up. So I was actually trying to read up on the manuals on the way to the Ray Tornado, and I got it, but not as soon as I would have done. The menus are very awkward. Make sure you do your research and learn how to use it, because you get so into knowing where everything is on the Canon. So practice other stuff before you go and do the critical storm chase images, because that moment's gone if you miss it. So. Yes?
I noticed there's a significant change in the color gamut. Of course, your projectors, that's quite a bit different than from
Right.
your printed piece. Do you have any control over that? Or it's what you're going to see on your computer, of course, it's going to be different color gamut altogether.
No, well, there's a slight difference in printing, but these days it's very, very, very close. In fact, inkjets are much better than what was Fuji Archival Crystal photosensitive paper. They're way exceeded on the inkjets now. So there's very few areas that you're going to see banding, blocking, or any of that. So I've not had any issues that have thrown it off that bad. But calibrate that monitor so you make sure you get that first print. Some printers, if you go to Costco, you've got to apply a profile to it to get the tonal range and colors right. Most labs these days are pretty automatic, and you won't need to do that. Yes?
A lot of newer cameras now have options where the camera will automatically back up shots you take to save more than one card. And I was just curious if you ever had any experiences with using.
I did have one card. It was a SanDisk that jammed up, but using recovery software, you were able to get into what was already recorded on it. Of course, you don't want to format it and override it because that's going to delete whatever there. So keep that card safe, put it away, and there's some software that will help draw out what's there. So it's only happened to me once. Canons have the SD and the compact flash, so you can have two, but if it jams, you just change another one out. I've got multiple cards. They're pretty cheap these days, so yeah. All right, can I sit down and have my cookie yet? Yeah. Okay, all right.
Great. Thanks, David. Appreciate that. Excellent. All right. How many of you shoot video and take photos when you're out chasing? How many of you try to market your works to sell? How many of you have ever had a situation where you saw your works being used by somebody else without your permission? Not a nice feeling, is it? Not at all. Now, our next speaker, Doug Kiesling, there's nobody better. He's a master at this. He's the owner and developer of BNVN, and Doug is here to talk to us about rights and clearances and just what happens if you find your works being used by somebody illegally. Doug?
Since nobody's used the podium, I shall use the podium. Oh, I need the clicker. All right. Rights and clearances. It's the term that network producers, local TV station managers hate to hear. Waiting on the laptop. But it's only taken me 20 years to present at Chasercon, and so I'm going to be presenting about the evil side of storm chasing into video sales. Since everyone's called it evil to market your stuff off of other people's misery when the TV networks already do that. What did you do to this? There we go. There we go. And if I sound harsh, I don't have a cold. I actually had an issue with my throat due to acid reflux. So I cannot speak too loud. And so if I cough, I'll be pulling the mic away. There we go. Okay, in the interest of time, I'll be answering all the questions at the bar afterwards. Now, for everyone who's wondering, since yes, I look like Dr. Evil, got the haircut, but where's my mini-me? This thing working? Where's my mini-me? Why haven't I been out chasing much? I'm at the age where most of my friends are sending their kids to college. I have a 2-year-old at home. Technically, her birthday is on Monday. Why isn't she here? Mini-Me was told not to eat her Smurf. And she did. So, and yes, like Letterman, who's come back, I too have a beard now. Okay, in full disclosure, everything I'm using in this talk is actually going to be covered under the U.S. Code Title 17 for fair use under transformative works for the purposes of such you can comment upon, criticize, or parody their copyrighted material. So we shouldn't get flagged for this anything that's in this speech. This thing working? I was sabotaged. Next. All right, now moving forward. Now let's get to why we are here. We're talking about the damages caused by the EF5 tornado and the shady contractors failed to even place the anchor bolts. Oh, wait a minute. You gave me his speech from later tonight. I asked for freaking sharks with lasers. Come on, give me some freaking sharks with lasers on their heads. All right, but really, seriously, let's see here. So yes, we're going to be talking about the selling the video. You know, everyone asks, is it evil to go out there? No, it's not evil to go out and actually shoot the video. You have to use some common sense when you're shooting it, and you have to have basically your own little media filter on, is this something that is going to be appropriate? So, also for disclosure, I'm a non-attorney spokesperson. Everything you're going to hear today is not legal advice. I'm here to give you some real-world advice from life experiences. Come on. So, yeah, this thing does. Why are we going backwards? Obviously it doesn't. There we go. Selling video, is it evil? Things to consider before picking up a camera. Okay, yes, my name is Doug Kiesling. I do run a company called StormChasingVideo.com. We used to be called Breaking News Video Network, but we changed the name of the company because when I call TV stations or other networks, they hear BNVN, they're like, what TV station are you with? So since we normally focus on Storm Video, we changed the name of the company. So, all right. Unfortunately, many of you know me from a show that was on the Weather Channel. That was filmed 10 years ago. If you have any questions, ask Dr. Forbes. And he'll just tell you to call into the news desk. So let's get back on point here. All right, now my passion for weather dates back to the 1970s. And I would strain to watch these storms outside of the parents' house, looking out the windows. So I'm what one of you guys would call an old school chaser. Now after high school, I worked for a little company that's an evil company called Ticketmaster. I started out in the phone room, taking the phone orders, talking to customers, listening to customers' complaints, hearing about people wanting to know who sat behind them because they got barfed on at a concert, stuff like that. I worked my way up to become the overnight or in evenings but the office manager, the go-to person, the person that everyone would call and say, help, we have a computer problem, we have an issue with this promotion, this thing's going on sale right now, we need help right now. So I got my feet wet working in the music industry, in the entertainment industry. You get to learn everything about it, but I kind of got bored with it. Went back to school for commercial aviation. Unfortunately, 9/11 kind of killed that dream, but storm chasing then took over as my primary source of income and hobby. So both industries have some eclectic personalities in them. Can we agree on that with the music industry and chasers? We got some people out there. But if you really want to know, if you pick up a camera hoping to make money off of chasing, here's a reality check for you. Most people don't realize it's going to be a Chumbawamba. And how many people here know what a Chumbawamba is? For rights and clearances again. Come on. And here we go. I couldn't put this on the laptop in here because of the rights and clearances. Ah, man, we got denied. No internet here. Well, Chumbawamba is actually this band that came out in the 90s. They have a little song called Tub Thumping. And the song, I get knocked down, but I get back up again. Is that familiar with anybody now? So, okay. Now, to be honest, the few people who are talented enough and lucky enough in storm chasing, they can go out there storm after storm and try to produce some content. And they turn out hits one after another. There's very few of us, but it does happen. You can make a living off of storm chasing, but you're going to have a very understanding spouse at home, and you're probably going to have your kids. You're not going to have any debt, and you're going to be driving all across the country to see water vapor, as Blake Naftel would say. So I wanted to get some real-world numbers about who makes money off of storm chasing, and I talked to Michael Blinsky. I'm sure pretty much everyone here knows who that is. And so with Mike, I asked him, what type of revenue do you make off of storm chasing? With all his other photography business, less than 10%. So here's somebody who's well respected. His stuff is out there everywhere. But the reality is, he's not making a ton of money off of it. He has a photography business where he does wedding and event videos, or not videos, but photography in Arizona, and he's damn good at it. So, and just to give you a check, don't quit your day job. So driving driving headlong into the heart of the talk. Rights and clearances, navigating your way around social media and the broadcast media, trying to rip off your material. I like to say rip off the material because you end up getting something like this. It says, "Hi Chaser, hope you are safe now. Your images of the storm are amazing. Great work. We would love to use your stuff. We at Big Time TV Network want to use your material in perpetuity on all the big time platforms and partners, and credit to you. Please reply." Well, What's that translate to? Hi, Chaser. I hope you're safe from the storm. Great, amazing work. Butter you up. You are awesome. Big Time TV Network thinks you are the greatest. Big Time TV Network wants to use your material. How? Wow, I hit the big time. Would you please basically let Big Time Network use your material for the storm in perpetuity on all Big Time TV Network platforms, partners with credit to you. Please reply to us. All right. Now your reply is, wow, just some legal mumbo jumbo in there. Doesn't seem too bad. Can you hit play? Go for it. Hit it. I've been sabotaged.
The new phone book's here! The new phone book's here!
How many of you have ever seen the movie The Jerk? My name is in
Things are going to
print.
start happening to me now.
Quite honestly, when you give your material away, nobody really cares outside of maybe a few friends or family. And the key word in what they ask for is in perpetuity. What does in perpetuity mean? It's a noun or plural. Perpetuity is a state of character of being perpetual, meaning you're giving the rights away for the end of time. So when someone asks you for perpetual rights or in perp rights, you really don't want to do that. All right, just trying to get down here. All right. Sorry. Okay. Now, the only reason you would do something like a perpetuity right is if you had another business and you can get your business name sitting out there on all these different TV networks for free. Who do you think would be perfect for that? Anyone? Ski resorts. If you have a ski resort up just west of here, shoot some weather up there. Show how great the snowing is. The ski conditions are perfect. Send that out to every possible network. Send it off to everybody. Here's some free content for weather. It'll show up on pretty much every possible platform. Hey, I got free content. Great. But unless you're going to get some kind of value back, you're going to get pretty much hosed on the whole rights and clearances side when you start giving content away. Come on, catch up here, computer. All right, now we got your attention here. There's another example I want to give you guys about somebody who almost got hosed in rights and clearances. This is the ice tsunami from back a few years back. You probably remember the video that was out there. One of the homeowners actually shot the ice moving up on her backyard from the lake. It's incredible footage. She shot it on her iPhone. I'm sitting there, and those chunks, if you see how big I am, you can imagine how big of the destruction that was doing. Came right up to the houses, all along the South Shore there, on Lake Mille Lacs, which is just north of the Twin Cities. Started coming in and pushing into the houses. And when I'm sitting in her backyard, actually I was sitting on the top of the lake ice in her backyard, so technically it was on top of the lake. She came out and told me, I'm the one who shot the viral video. And she was very proud of it too. She's like, I got the viral video. Invited me in, take a look at the footage. Came in, took a look at the footage. I asked her, so how much did you get paid for this? The look on her face was like a deer in headlights. What? Exact thing she told me. I'm the public, so it's public domain. No. I told her, quote, so you just have the paparazzi version of Britney Spears shaving her head, and you have the exclusive of it where she goes nuts a few years ago. And she looked at me and was like, how much could I have made? I said, probably about a year's worth of mortgage payments for the number of outlets that are contacting you. And when she told me she just gave it away, I was astounded. And that's what's happening with a lot of chasers now who just don't know what their rights are. You are creating one-hit wonders every time you go out to shoot a video or pick up a photo. You own those rights. So, let's just fast forward here. So before I left her house, I asked her if I can get a free copy of the video. She said, only if you pay me for it. So she was not amused, and I made sure before I left, she put this footage is copyrighted, put her name down, says, please contact me at this phone number if you want to buy the video. And so she pretty much stopped the bloodletting from that. All right, where are we at here? Okay, more life experiences here to set this up for you guys. All right, how many of you guys have chase partners where you go out and chase with and you mix the videos up and just kind of like collaborate with it? All right, before you go to leave chasing, and with your new chase partner or your lifetime friend, what you want to do is put it in writing. Who owns what is going to happen, and make sure that you have something in place, because I've seen friendships get destroyed, and very long time friendships get destroyed over rights and clearances. People will sit there and say, that's my video, here's my video. No, I shot this, I shot that. And here's, a while back, there was an incident. No, we're not going to say any names, we're going to protect people, but there's a couple of chasers who went out. They got the viral video. They got the video. This is a while back, and they sent me the video. I marketed the crap out of this video. We got this thing on every network around the world. It was the, oh my God, this just happened video. And we made the chaser slightly under 10 grand for his video. A couple days later, I get a call and a text message, and the chase partner's asking, how much did I make? And I'm like, what do you mean? That wasn't your video, that was their video. Oh no, half of it was mine. But he just gave me a check for $100. So you have a chaser taking money out of his other chase partner, not being honest about what is actually happening. And what ended up happening to me is, off of all the video sales, I didn't make a dime. It all went to lawyers to protect me because somebody else decided to get greedy. So when you go out there and you go chasing, have it in writing what you guys are going to do with each other. So this way, if all of a sudden you do get a house getting hit by a tornado or something like a meteor coming in and crashing that you weren't even expecting, have it in writing who gets what, who owns what, and who will be paid what. All right. And let's see here. Next. Now, I tried getting some stuff off the copyright.gov site for you guys to look at here over the last few days. Fortunately, their site's been down. But when you get your viral video, the first thing you want to do is you want to register it. It takes a little bit of time, it costs a little bit of money, and right now they're saying it's $35 to register it for some of the works. Other works, if you register it in paper, $55. Some of the other forms, $85. Why is that important? Because if you do not register your work, you cannot get the full rights of what you are going to be owed if you catch a major company ripping off your work. Now, this talk was actually something that's actually been in work since 2012 with Tim Samaras. We were talking about what happened with him. I don't know if you guys remember or see the video he had, or he didn't have. It was Sony Music put a video out, had some of his tornado footage in it. It started going viral on Facebook. Everyone started congratulating him. Oh my God, your video's in her music video, it's awesome. Unfortunately, Tim didn't license that video, but Tim also didn't register that video for copyright registration with the Library of Congress. So when it all came down to it, he can only get a smaller settlement. So I was also going through a settlement claim with another TV network, and no, it was not the Weather Channel or any news networks. It was another entertainment network. They used about 15 seconds of my footage. That footage is on file with the Library of Congress. They took my footage from another show that I actually did license for, and they put it in their archives as they owned it outright. I caught them. We went through legal hassles for about 3 months, and you can see 3 months worth of work for 15 seconds of video without dealing with a lawyer, $30,000 for, what, a week's work? Yes, and that happens about once every 6 months. So if you do not register your work with the Library of Congress and you think it's worthy of being pirated, you need to sit there and get it registered. And for the fees that they charge, and you know, how many people play lotteries? I mean, look at what you'd pay for that versus, you know, putting the money in the copyright. All right, moving forward here. All right. There is a new bill in Congress. It's actually called HR 3945. And it's going to be an update to the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, or DMCA. Now, the DMCA protects internet providers, such as YouTube and Facebook, from being sued from copyright holders. So they can actually sit there and go, oh, we're protecting the DMCA, we'll just delete it. Can't sue us, go for the people who actually used your material. What this new update is going to do, it's going to make your federal court case more like a federal small claims court case. So it's going to make it easier for people who get their material ripped off to go out and go after people without having to deal with years of lawyers, or maybe even 6 months if you're lucky, unless you know how to deal with the rights and clearances. But you want to get that stuff in, so this way you can deal with, making your life a lot easier. Because on YouTube, this is an example of what we have on YouTube. It's called CMS, or Content Management. Since we're one of the really old YouTube channels for doing broadcast media, we have a thing that digitally fingerprints every video we put up there. So when another YouTuber uploads our content, it matches all their videos, just like if you upload a video of, say, a Taylor Swift song. It's going to say, you don't own that rights. That's not yours. It takes their ad revenue away. It turns around, puts it back to us, but unfortunately, YouTube ad revenue kind of sucks these days. But if you look here, you got this video here, not ours, that's ours, not ours, not ours, not ours, ours, not ours, not, no, that one's ours, these are ours, and you get down here, more stuff that is not ours. All right. All right, and going back here. How many people can sit there and speak 20 different languages? Can't really see it too well here, but this whole thing here was done in Arabic. You can see their little website down here. CMS actually tracks everything. They don't care what language you uploaded to. If you can get your hands on somebody who can put their videos up on CMS to track them, you'll end up eliminating probably about, say with Justin and Simon's Hurricane Irma, where they're standing in the wind, we had 700 different copyright claims the last time I checked, just for one video of Justin standing in the wind. It went viral, and everyone started pirating it and started going nuts with it and saying, hey, I'll make some easy money. Fortunately, YouTube changed their policies, but it kind of pissed off a lot of people, because if you don't have so many views in such amount of time and so many subscribers, they're going to make it so you cannot monetize your videos. Why is that a good thing? Because you have a lot of video piracy happening, and it makes it impossible to track if you do not have anything like a CMS or someone to sit there and watch your videos. All right, next up here. All right. Also, if you're going to post anything up on Twitter or Instagram and with your phone, there are apps out there now where you can watermark your videos and photos before even uploading them. And I recommend doing that. A lot of people sit there and tell me, well, hey, it ruins the video. Really? If you're going to get pirated, at least tell people where it came from when it's on their YouTube channel. Now, we found out kind of the hard way with my mini-me that the live stuff you're putting on YouTube and Facebook, that's also being monitored live as it's happening. We were watching God, I've seen this movie 150 times in the last 6 months. Secret Life of Pets. It's one of her favorites. And at the beginning, there's a Taylor Swift song, Welcome to New York, and our girl was dancing to the song. Neva decided to put the video up on Facebook Live. Within about a minute, the whole thing was shut down. You can't post that. You don't own the rights. I tell her, don't do it. You don't own the rights. But she put it up there, for friends and family, thinking, hey, just for friends and family. It's not going to be something that's going to be widely distributed. Just a little fun video. They're cracking down on that. And so due to massive copyright complaints, Facebook's monitoring everything live and everything you're uploading that's static videos now. And for those, streaming on third-party platforms, that's going to be coming pretty soon too. Unfortunately, the music and entertainment industries is looking for any type of revenue and revenue streams that they can get their hands on. And we took out our live streaming system last year after basically the whole live system pretty much imploded, and none of the TV networks wanted to do live anymore because it was just too much of a liability. But we also looked at the liability as, what if one of our streamers is streaming an Ozzy Osbourne song or a Pink Floyd song, and their music publishing agents caught that? We could be sitting here streaming a live, viral, tornado, like a Pilger or something, and we're running with, somebody's material in the background, their audio, we don't own. All of a sudden, we could have the viral video we can make ton of money off of, and all that money would go right to dealing with a copyright claim. Something to consider. So if you're going to be live streaming, even if it's on Facebook or YouTube, turn off your music. Best thing I found for doing that is radio reference. Just listen to, Chicago PD scanner. There's always something happening down there. All right, and where are we at here right now? Yeah, if you look at the financial side of things, I've talked to so many different producers, not just the Weather Channel or Weather Nation or, ABC, CNN, NBC Universal. They're all gun shy on live streaming right now. Yes, they'll look at it and go, maybe we can delay it, but unless you're a 24/7 network, who cares about your live stream on a Sunday afternoon when you have a sporting event at 6 o'clock when they're going to have their evening news and there's no news on. And even on Sundays on the Weather Channel, you have Ice Road Truckers or whatever the trucking show is up there, or for God forbid the show I was on. So live streaming, it's fun to do, but it's also a major distraction. All right. And I'm not trying to go down on you guys for live streaming. It is cool. We did it, okay? All right, another real-world example of what can go wrong. Your video, okay, you have the footage everybody wants, and you think you're a chase god because you just got this great video. And it's gone viral on YouTube. You sold it to every TV network for limited usage on their different news channels and news programs. And now you hit the big time for stock video. Got the production company flew over from England. Oh my God, the Brits came over. They're setting up their whole studio in my living room. And then they hand you a piece of paper. It's just a model release. Just sign this model release. There's no big deal. You sign it without reading it. Guess what? That model release also says in fine print that you did not see, that says you also grant them permission to use and exploit all the material provided during the interview. How do I know how this happened? Brandon Sullivan. He did a thing for a production company in London. They came over to his house in Norman, and we set it all up. And fortunately, we only gave them the watermarked version. So they had to actually come back and buy the actual clean version. But they tried coming back to us saying, oh, we don't have to buy your video now. And I chewed Brandon out for it, but we ended up making him a lot of money off the deal. But it does happen. These production companies will try and get as much free content so their budget will be a lot bigger for them for bonuses at the end of the production. One of the things I like to tell the production companies, I ask them, what's your craft services budget? For those of you who don't know what craft services is, that's your food budget. How much are you guys spending on food and hotels? And as soon as I ask them that, okay, yeah, we have a budget. They'll come back and they'll buy footage. All right, and let's go here. So, yeah, so read everything you sign. All right. And now with the social media, like I said, you need to watermark everything. I know it sucks because it takes a really great image and it makes it just kind of crap because you got not for broadcast over the front of it. But has anybody actually read the YouTube policies for the terms of service? And I'm not going to read it up here. I'll just do the abridged version. For clarity, you retain all rights to the ownership of the rights of the content. And however, submitting content to YouTube, and you hereby grant from YouTube a worldwide and non-exclusive, royalty-free, sub-licensable, transferable license to use, reproduce, blah, 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 blah. You give them the right to use your footage. I read that back in 2007 when we signed up with YouTube. That's when I started putting videos on YouTube. Like, hey, let me use their bandwidth. But I put not for broadcast right over the front of it. So one of the first people to do that. I get so many complaints over not for broadcast, and unfortunately, Facebook has the same terms. You upload to Facebook, even the photos we send up with the kids, they can claim ownership of that and use that in advertising. So you really have to watch what you're going to be putting up there. Now, and one of the bummer things with Facebook is you can't make any money off Facebook. Facebook has really no monetization unless you're a major TV network and you're able to pull some kind of deal off with Facebook. But for me, not happening. YouTube, we could make some money. But unfortunately, Adpocalypse happened. And we'll get to Adpocalypse here. Now back to YouTube, though. Years ago, to be part of the YouTube partner program, you had to manually be accepted into their partnership program. It wasn't easy to get into the partnership program. You really had to have a decent channel with a decent growing following, and then they would look at your channel, look at what you're doing, make sure that's your content, and then approve you. And a little known fact about YouTube, it's never turned a profit since they started it with Google. It's always been a loss leader for them for advertising. So we have Adpocalypse 2017. Anybody here anybody heard of Adpocalypse before? Okay, a few of you have. So with Adpocalypse, Google, which owns YouTube, and Alphabet, lost over $1 billion. Because what happened was advertisers started pulling out of YouTube. And why did that happen? You have the old media versus the new media. So when you go back to 2012, YouTube opened up their monetization and partner program to just about everybody. And everybody jumped in. So soon after that, everyone started taking and making viral videos. Going back to the DMCA and the YouTube claims and our monitoring system, what happened was you have all these channels out there now that are taking your content and reposting it as their own. And some of them have a huge following. We're talking 150,000 to 500,000 or 1 million subscribers that they have following them. They don't make any content. They go out and cherry pick stuff and repost it. They can do it if they're going to go out there and actually be talking about the video like I'm doing right now. But unfortunately, what a lot of them do is they just download the video, repost it, and put it on Twitter. Hey, check out this new video we found. We found one lady back in 2013. She had more views and more subscribers than TVN and Reed did. And this is not a rip on Reed, but she had a bigger following than them when they had their show on Discovery. And all they were doing was ripping off content and reposting it. I found a way to fight that one because they're also sitting here ripping off videos from GMA, World News Tonight, Weather Channel, and I talked to, if you remember, Dr. Forbes' Gina Henshin, talked to her, and she got a little bit involved with it, along with ABC's legal department, because this is right after the whole implosion of the markets and everyone was losing jobs and media was cutting back. And I made a little note saying, hey, this lady is out there ripping off your content, and it's estimated she's bringing in about $200,000 a year from pirated footage. we found one of our videos, but there's a lot of your videos out there. Why don't you guys go after her and try to get that revenue and that advertising back to your channels and your websites? They did. Disney shut her down. She tried to fight it, and actually Disney sued her, and last I heard, she pretty much fell off the face of the internet so nobody could find her to collect. So, going forward here, and I know we're getting pressed on time, so we'll wrap this up here pretty quick. I still got some good stuff, trust me. So, for the 5 years since YouTube opened up the partner program, some of the channels, they grew. They got some huge channels out there. Some people, try to do it, and they said, this is work. I don't think so. We're almost up to 100,000 subscribers now on our channel. It isn't easy. We went out and got certified by YouTube, did their create spaces, did all this training that they don't even provide anymore to new channels. So now fast forward to 2017 to Adpocalypse. So before Adpocalypse hit, a number of chasers were actually making and supplementing some of their income from chase videos. I know some of the guys were making pretty much about $1,000 to maybe $3,000 a month off their videos on YouTube. I don't know about you, but that's a pretty decent chunk of change to get just for posting your videos, not having to do much work other than chasing and making some decent videos. But when Adpocalypse hit, it was the complete destruction of the revenue streams in the media. And you combine that with the polarization of the election, the country becomes super hypersensitized. A lot of advertisers, we don't know if we want to advertise. And so you got the old media, which is your print, some of the TV stations and news stations, versus the new media, which are on a witch hunt. And I don't know if any of you have been following what's been happening with cable and satellite television. And since, God, what is it? In the last 4 years, you have about 50 million households now that do not have a paid television service in their home. They're on an antenna or they're watching Netflix. There is no paid cable. They're not watching any of the paid news subscriptions. Not happening. What's that equate to for the percentage of people in this country? It's 1/6 of the country right now is not subscribed. That's pretty freaking huge. So going forward with Adpocalypse, the catalyst for everyone losing all their money on YouTube, kind of like what happened with Bitcoin for a few people last month. PewDiePie. PewDiePie, for those of you who are not familiar with who he is a YouTuber. He plays video games, live gaming, and he's also does comedy. But here is the key. Subscribed, 60 million subscribers. He tried to do some new stuff, tried to make some racy comedy, tried to sit there and get edgy. Unfortunately, it backfired. He went out on a website called Fiverr. If any of you ever heard of Fiverr, it's where you can go out there and get people to do stuff for you for $5. They kind of upgraded their pricing. It's anywhere from $5 to $25 depending on what you're going to do. So he went out there to try to make a video to shock people to see, can I get people to sit there and do something for $5 that they should not do? And he did. I won't say what they said he did. You can see his reaction when he got the video back. But what happened was the Wall Street Journal, which is losing money, along with pretty much every other newspaper out there, they did a story on him. And they went and cherry-picked all of his videos, even the videos he was making fun of Hitler, where he's playing video games. And all he's doing is being just stupid comedy and playing video games and live streaming it or recording it and posting it on YouTube. It's not rocket science. And so they went after him, let's get that off the air, and they did a hit piece on him. They went after him and they ended up canceling or getting his YouTube Red series that was being partnered up with ABC or Disney and Maker Studios canceled. He lost millions on this deal, all because they went after him. And then what happened for Adpocalypse Part 2, sorry, that's the wrong one. Adpocalypse Part 2 was, they did a follow-up story, and they looked at all these different trending videos. If you ever use YouTube and Facebook, you see stuff that's trending. What happened was, they looked at who's trending and what advertisers are on there. Unfortunately, you have trending videos like ISIS terror videos and lazy advertisers who decided to put my video on trending. They didn't specify what. So what happened is all these videos started going out trending. They did a story out about what's trending, what your ad revenue was going towards, and they went back to these major companies and said, did you know you're sponsoring terrorism? Boom, money you get pulled right out of YouTube, $1 billion gone. And so that's what happened. So now you're looking at your videos that you post on YouTube, and you're going to have little things like this. Hey, not suitable for most advertisers. Really? This is a test video we actually did for this conference here a few weeks ago. What is it? It's a plant coming back to life that I watered and I time-lapsed. I don't know if we'll play. See if you can play it. You can kill the audio for this one. All right. So this is all I did, is I put together a video of me watering a plant, and then I time-lapsed it coming back to life. YouTube said, we're sorry you had the term coming back to life in your video. You cannot make money on this because we think our automatic AI system that we have now developed, because we got screwed out of $1 billion+, we now have to sit there and look at everything. YouTube's hired thousands of people to go out there and monitor videos now, review videos to take a look at it, what's happening. They've changed the entire game for anyone sitting there trying to get their videos up. So if you do a copyright claim, the copyright claims are actually going to be looked at a lot faster. I mean, it's a cool video. I got this plant from when my dad passed away. It was a peace plant, and it kept it ever since. You know, it's amazing. A guy keeps a plant alive for 5 years. So going forward, all right. So now you look at the 50 million people who are left paid television. Where are they going? OTT. OTT is called the acronym for over the top. Means you're not on cable, you're not on over the air broadcast, you're over the top, going over and just doing everything on the net. It's your Roku, that's your Amazon Prime, that's your Hulu, that's your Netflix, that's OTT. Anybody here, if you have the money, you can create your own channel and put it out there on a Roku or Amazon stick or a Google Chromecast stick or Apple TV, and that's all over the top. Now, we have a seismic shift happening with all these viewers going over the top. So what's happening with Adpocalypse, taking the viewer revenue away from people, and it's screwing everything up. So you have all these people out there fighting to try and get new eyes on things. And let's see here, where are we at here? Trying to speed this up so you guys can get out of here for dinner. So I'm cutting over a bunch of stuff here. Let's see here, where is it? There we go. All right, and then there was Adpocalypse 2018, which just happened. For those of you who don't know what that is if you ever heard of a new guy out there, it's called Logan Paul. So what he did was, I'm not even going to show it, it's that reprehensible. He went to Japan and he did some videos, basically bad ripoff of Jackass, the movie and the TV show. And what he did was, he tried to go and piss off the people in Japan, and in one of his videos, he decided to go camping in what was called, or what is known over in Japan as the suicide forest. So what happened? He found a dead body. Of course, you're going to find a dead body if you're in a culture that has suicide, and they found somebody, and instead of saying, we're not going to broadcast this, we're not going to touch this, we're just going to call the authorities, they made a video where they're joking about it, and they posted it. So what's going to happen with your advertisers and ad revenue? It sank again. So let's see here. Fast forward. Okay, we covered Adpocalypse. So one of the things, we're going to close up here, and I'm going to quote Ben Holcomb. We as a storm chasing community is kind of a mess right now. And you look at what happened last year and what's been actually happening for years, just the people going out there doing whatever it takes to get the shot. We have to pull that in here. So this is going to be kind of my drop the mic moment here, but I know how much these things cost, so I'm not going to drop the mic, Roger. And I'm not going to drop your mic, sorry. So, with the number one thing people ask me is, what should we charge for video, and what should we do when people rip us off? A, you need to have your stuff registered. Have everything you put online watermarked. And what should you charge for your footage? I've heard one person here yesterday, they told me they were offered $100 per minute for video. I thought he was joking. He said, no, they're serious. Production companies are basically going out there just ripping people off. And so that's $100 per stock footage. So for the record, what should you charge for your footage? Archive footage range for the rates, they go from anywhere from $35 a second, and this is what Getty and everyone else has been charging, all the way up to $250 per second, okay? So know what your worth is. Figure out what you have, and is it something that's unique, exclusive, and what you can charge for it. And dealing with the national news networks, you want to get anything you do with them in writing. So this way, if they screw up and they reuse your material, you can basically go after them and make sure it's registered after the fact. So with the national news networks, you want to do stuff that's limited licenses, which means anywhere from 10 days to 30 days. People ask me, well, what should I charge for that? If it's just some generic thing, like people in a park, it could be anywhere from $250 to $500, depending on the network. And if you get something super crazy, extreme, it can be anywhere from $500, depending on if it's a small-time TV station or a major network, $2,500 to $5,000 to $10,000. And I know my old lady's going to get pissed at me for saying this, but in 2005, when I went out chasing the hurricanes, I was getting contracts for $15,000 per storm, where I still own the rights, but the Weather Channel was allowed to use it. Now you're looking at 2 to 3 days worth of work. Do they still pay that? Probably not, since viral video and user-generated content is out there. But if you have a TV production after the storm, which there are TV productions after hurricanes and after major tornado events, people are looking to buy video. You can actually still make money. If you're not selling the news video, you can still make money on the back end selling stock footage. Now, Roger, when's the last time you sold a news video? When's the last time you actually sold a news video? Sold a news video to any network? Years. So yeah, I mean, you can still go out there and not have to worry about rushing to go get your news footage out. You can still make a living, or not a living, but extra income just on the archival side of it. And I was following up here, just to follow up, what do we got here? The prime example of being in the right place at the right time to get great content. You don't have to go out and shoot weather video. I was actually cleaning my garage, listening to the scanner. Terror attack, mile away from my house. Crazy guy goes out there and starts slashing people in the mall in St. Cloud. I was first one on the scene. They had everything cleaned up by the time the not TV networks, but the TV stations in Minneapolis showed up. It was the viral video that was out there for a week. Made a killing on the stuff. So that's an example of a crazy viral video you can go make a ton of money off of. Unfortunately, is it evil to show someone in pain? Well, to answer that question, I'm going to go back to CNN and what I saw in the 90s. It was the the Russian Revolution. There's great live coverage happening. You had tanks rolling down the road, and then they took a commercial break for Coke. So it's all being sponsored. It's pretty much, it's all entertainment. So, excuse me. So when you go out there, make sure you have everything in writing. And if you're going to be doing anything with a broker, make sure you have your information in writing. And just one last thing here. For distribution, if you're doing stock, generally the accepted throughout the industry is anywhere from 5 to 10 years. And that goes back to what I was talking about, OTT. Because now you have these shows that you did not see or have not seen on the air for 5 to 10 years, but guess what? Netflix, Hulu, they all need content. Amazon Prime, they need content. They're pulling out of their archives content. And not a rip on the Weather Channel, but I just saw Full Force Nature on OTT. I think it's on Netflix. And they're just basically, these are shows that are just been shelved. There's nothing happening with them. They pull them out and they put them on the air. If you have a limited license with that content, you can actually relicense your content 10 years later. It's called generating more revenue stream off of that. And then what you want to do is also, you want to make sure your stuff is registered, so if they do that, then you can go after them on copyrights. And if you sold something for $50 a second, you can turn around and say you owe me 3 times the amount if you want a license for this. So, and last but not least, it was brought up to my attention by a few people, if you're going to be doing brokering work, read your agreement. Non-compete agreements, someone was telling me that they signed a 2-year non-compete agreement, and I asked why. I asked some of my tech friends, do you guys have a 2-year non-compete? The industry standard for broadcasting is about 6 months. That way they can cover for advertising and get somebody new in to replace you if you're going to be working at a TV station or have an exclusive market area. If you're going to be doing anything for 1 to 2 years, you better be a part owner of the company and be able to say you're selling the company to them or doing something where you're making 6 figures. And the important thing to wrap this thing up here, sorry, I'm just skipping over stuff so you guys can get out of here on time. When you go out there, don't get your hopes up too high that you're going to go out there and get the stupid viral video. The most successful people I see who go out and shoot footage and make money off of footage, and it's not just with my crew, but it's all the crews, they're the ones who are going to go out there and they're going out there to see the storms. They're not out there to shoot video exclusively or photos or content. They want to go out there and they want to see Mother Nature. They want to see the water vapor. They want to see what's happening. They want to chase. And they're good at forecasting and they're good at getting into the position. So when that mezzo starts wrapping up, they don't have to drive and go, oh my God, I got to go 5 counties to the east to go catch up or go 5 counties to the west to get into position. They're just going, oh, that's cool. So, if you're going out there to see the storms, have fun with it. That's, some of the people who are, they have the most fun with chasing, that's them. Last but not least, just be careful out there. I've seen so much crazy stuff on the roads last year just from watching other people's footage that it's dangerous out there, people. And you have the public who's out there, they don't know what's going on, they get scared. You might have a few people out there driving around in ex-cop cars trying to look official, and it's scary, they're like, oh my God, we don't know what's happening. Just go out there and have fun with it. Don't take it too serious. Like I said, it's just water vapor. But the last thing you want to do is always register your work, and if you do have a major problem, you can call me. I can guide you through it. I'm not going to charge you. Just say, hey, you can talk to this person with this network to go after them, or talk with that person, or hey, here's a decent attorney in your area to go after to use, and say, hey, these guys ripped me off. I need some help with this. So if you guys have any questions, just feel free to get a hold of me. Website, Storm Chasing Video. My personal one's Weather Paparazzi. It's kind of a joke on storm chasing. And then, Doug at stormchasingvideo.com. And like I said, I'll take all the questions at the bar after this, because it is about dinner time.
Great, thanks, Doug. Hey, folks, we're going to need to clear the room out of here really quick for dinner. But before we do, just one thing. When you come back for dinner, we're going to line up at this door on the outside, and then we're going to come in and grab our seats. We have a 2-line buffet, and we're actually going to just kind of go by row once we get everybody back in here. But in order to get into the line for your meal, you have to have your name tag. No name tag, no meal. So please make sure that you wear it when you come back in. All right? We'll see you back here in an hour.
No, that was not yours. You had. Mr. Marshall. Oh, thank you. You needed me. Okay. Just one shirt for freaking
on there.